Chapter 1369. December 4th, Friday. It was definitely a memorable day. In this world, there was one more Foundation establishment cultivator whose combat power could rival the peak of Tao Master. If the label of being the daughter of a rich family was removed, she was just an ordinary girl. She was such an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. In today's era where building Foundation stage cultivators were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, such a realm was simply impossible to establish a foothold in the cultivation world. Until the girl pulled out her own level 99999999999 spiritual sword, grasping the hilt of Mysterious C's sword, Lotus Sun sensed the powerful sword chi emanating from the upgraded Mysterious C. The current Mysterious C was indeed astonishingly strong. In a situation where he had not even unsheathed his sword, even if his sword chi had reached its peak state before leveling up, it would only be a drop in the ocean compared to his sword chi now. "Senior, can I try the sword?" Lotus Sun asked. Shen Wuyue was greatly alarmed. "Miss Sun, please don't try it here. If you swing your sword down, the sacred pillar might collapse." Lotus Sun covered her mouth in surprise. "Is it really that powerful?" "Of course." Shen Wuyue wiped his sweat. With Mysterious High's current sword, anyone below the Tao Master level would be killed. The power of nature was unparalleled. After Miss Sun's Mysterious C went through this upgrade, it's already incomparable. On the Universe Sword Spirits leaderboard, he can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Monk said. "I remember classmate Wang Ling has a peachwood sword. You mean Lord Jinka?" Lord Jinka would definitely come first. No one could surpass him. Furthermore, Lord Jinka has an upgraded form, and when he transforms into Lord Jingbai, no one can match him. Tyrant said, and the second sword is Anticipate. "I know this, it's Senior Ajua's spirit sword. But he seems a little dispirited right now," Lotus Sun said. "This penniless monk has also heard of this matter." The monk nodded and said, "But as far as this poor monk knows, prediction seems to be without a scabbard. If we want to help him pull himself together, I think we can play matchmaker with Miss Mysterious C." "I don't think so." Before Lotus Sun could answer, Sun Yinger shook her head. The monk laughed, what do you think is inappropriate?" Sun Yinger said, "My Rongrong is still single, but the sword spirit is first." The monk smiled and remained silent. It was said that a spirit sword was like its master. If Mysterious C succeeded, perhaps Master would be able to speed up as well. So he thought. Actually, not necessarily. However, the matchmaking between you and Mysterious C was ultimately just the monk's own joke. That was all he had to say, and he did not continue on this topic. In fact, even the monk didn't expect this. Mysterious C seemed to have taken it seriously. On the other side, in the Demon Realm's Mountain of Return, Loopy Toad was cultivating in seclusion here. This was a secret realm that Wang Ling had specially opened up for Loopy Toad in the demon world. Of course, Loopy Toad wouldn't be the only one benefiting from this secret land. After that, all the core members of the war sect who needed to go into seclusion to undergo tribulation could come here. In this secret realm, the flow of time would be accelerated. It greatly reduced the time spent on cultivation. It had swallowed the soul essence of a young divine beast, and according to the normal time, it would take at least a few hundred years to digest. But now, 3 days was enough. Furthermore, before it was completely digested, the signs of a breakthrough had already appeared. This was a good thing for Loopy Toad. Its only goal was to advance to a divine beast. As long as this goal was achieved, it would be enough. As for the rest of the divine beast's soul, it could leave it to Little Silver. Strictly speaking, Little Silver was its junior brother, and as its eldest senior brother, it was only right for it to take care of him. At that moment, tribulation thunder rumbled in the sky above the Mountain of Return. The power of chaos surged up above, which made Loopy Toad feel a little dangerous. It didn't know if it was because the demon world had completed its upgrade at the same time, but it felt that the lightning tribulation sea above its head was particularly violent. The standard for a divine beast to undergo a tribulation was to endure at least 2% of the power of chaos. But now, in Loopy Toad's view, the power of chaos in the lightning tribulation sea in the sky was already seriously over the limit. What the hell is going on? Loopy Toad was stupefied. If this lightning tribulation struck, it felt that it wouldn't be able to survive on its own. Something was very wrong. Because in the next breath, Loopy Toad sensed that the power of chaos was so thick that even breathing was difficult. It was now more than 30%. Loopy Toad felt that it couldn't take it anymore. What happened to the agreed 2%? Had it been tricked? At the same time, BattleSec's Seclusion Cellar Monitoring and Command Center swiftly made an emergency report in response to the sudden increase in the power of chaos on the Mountain of Return. The Mountain of Return. The power of chaos is abnormally thick. Brother Loopy Toad is in danger. In the command center, Cowan nervously made the report. After the disbandment of the SBP Foundation, he had officially joined BattleSect, and was also the first foreigner to do so. Why was this happening? After receiving the news, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal frowned and asked in BattleSec's core group, "Something doesn't seem right. Does anyone know what's going on?" Audiobook, Senior Golden Lamp said before that the concentration of the power of chaos in the lightning tribulation to advance to a divine beast was only 2%. Even if there was an anomaly, it wouldn't be more than 5%. This concentration is very abnormal. If it strikes down, I'm afraid that even this secret realm Shifu set up in passing will be destroyed. Golden Lamp, don't panic, everyone. I'm in the demon world. I was originally here to accompany Miss Lotus Sun to upgrade the mysterious sea. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm going to take a look. The monk didn't dare be sure of the specific situation until he saw it with his own eyes. But he already had some guesses in his heart. Lotus Sun, Senior Golden Lamp, what on earth is going on? Is Loopy Toad in danger? Golden Lamp said, "Don't worry, Miss Sun, with this poor monk here, there won't be any problems. Later, you and Miss Ing should stay outside the secret realm and never go in." In fact, when Golden Lamp said this, he himself felt a little weak. The concentration of the power of chaos in the lightning tribulation had already exceeded 30%, and it was still rising. Given his realm, 50% was already his limit. If it continued to rise, Golden Lamp felt that he might even be struck to ashes. When they arrived at the secret realm of the Mountain of Return without a hitch, the monk felt that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Cracks had already appeared at the entrance to the secret realm. "We have to stop it as soon as possible." The monk frowned. Otherwise, if the secret realm was broken and the concentrated power of chaos inside gushed out, even the upgraded demon world would instantly fall apart. Thinking this, Monk Golden Lamp disregarded his own safety and stepped into the entrance of the secret realm. As soon as he entered, the monk immediately felt his knees sink sharply. The pressure brought about by this highly concentrated chaotic energy almost made him kneel down. He came back to his senses and looked at Loopy Toad. He saw that Loopy Toad's entire body had already been embedded in the ground and was almost squashed into a piece of dog meat. "Lord Primitive Demon Saint, what's the situation?" Second-generation Demon Saint was also very concerned about the situation inside. In the end, as soon as he walked in, his back foot straightaway fell to his knees with a plop. Shen Wuyue followed second-generation Demon Saint, and as soon as he entered, he also fell to his knees next to second-generation Demon Saint with a plop. It was hard to imagine that a Demon Saint and a holy envoy would actually kneel so neatly. The corners of the monk's mouth twitched. What were they doing? Were they acting like big brother and sister-in-law Happy New Year? But it wasn't New Year yet. Chapter 1370. The phenomenon of the primal chaos energy density soaring in Origin Mountain was indeed a major event. The demon planet where the demon realm was located was hidden, but it was not too far away from Earth. If the primal chaos energy could no longer be suppressed and rushed out of the secret realm, it would cause the Fiend's star to explode. With the support of the chaotic force, the explosive power of the demon star would permeate the entire Milky Way galaxy. At that moment, Wang Ling was also reflecting. If it weren't for the fact that he had casually set up a cultivation secret realm, even if the density of the chaotic force had reached 100%, it wouldn't have been able to blow up his secret realm. However, it was already too late for regrets. The key was, he had to find out the reason for the sudden increase in the concentration of chaotic force and turn the situation around. Actually, Wang Ling had a rough idea about the abnormal surge. That was, the heavenly Dao magic cube created by Dao ancestor Wang was not only used as a stabilizer outside the inner world, at the same time, it should be able to balance the density of the universe space. Now, the unspeakable land had been destroyed, and one of the heavenly Dao magic cubes had fused with the mysterious sea. In a situation where there were no checks and balances, the abnormal phenomenon of the chaotic force would appear again in the future. First of all, apart from returning the heavenly Dao magic cube, there was actually another option in front of him. That was to create a new Heaven's Path Tesseract and replace it. However, if one of them was replaced, then the remaining 8 Heaven's Path magic cubes would have to be replaced as well. There was no other way. The Heaven's Path magic cube he created was simply too powerful. Perhaps its performance far surpassed that of the original version created by Dao ancestor Wang. If only one was created to replace the current loophole, there would still be no way for it to truly serve as a check and balance. Create, Rubik's Cube. On the side of the pillow, Jinka shuddered slightly before transforming into his human form. He was also pondering Wang Ling's question. For Wang Ling, creating a new Rubik's Cube wasn't difficult, he just needed materials and a certain amount of time. However, the current situation was far more complicated than everyone had imagined. With Dao ancestor Wang's meticulous way of doing things, it was impossible for him to imagine that once the heavenly Dao magic cube was unable to form a restriction, it would create an abnormal imbalance in the strength of primal chaos in the universe. This was a terrifying matter. Thus, Wang Ling suspected that the remaining 8 heavenly Dao magic cubes might activate their revenge mechanism at any time. He snatched back the one that had fused with Mysterious Sea. However, it was still unknown what form the revenge would take. I'll have to trouble Bai Qiao to go. At his desk, Wang Ling cupped his chin as he carefully considered countermeasures. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the abnormality in the chaotic energy concentration in the secret land and help Loopy Toad successfully transcend its tribulation and level up. Can't I go? Jinka asked. Mysterious Sea doesn't have a sheath spirit, Wang Ling replied. Although it was short and to the point, Jinka understood. This was because Mysterious Sea didn't have a sheath spirit. Even if he went there himself, he would not be able to complete the fusion. But if Bai Qiao went, the situation would be completely different. This decision. In fact, he was also helping Lotus Sun test her sword. In Battle Sect's internal internet cafe, Bai Qiao put down her headphones. It was inevitable that this veteran otaku Bai Qiao felt a little uncomfortable being interrupted in the middle of a game. She scratched her head. So annoying. Can't you let me play the game properly? However, it was impossible for her not to give Wang Ling face. Thus, Bai Qiao was swiftly pushed to the front line by the light of Lord Ma's teleportation. She had just approached the entrance to the secret land called Mountain of Origins. The powerful chaotic energy inside had already seeped out, and Bai Qiao's ahog fluttered wildly under the pressure, like seaweed in a powerful storm as it swayed in the wind. May I ask who you are? Lotus Sun asked the girl who had suddenly appeared in front of her. She saw that Bai Qiao was wearing a fire-breathing dragon one-piece pajamas and a pair of bright red headphones around her neck, which made her look very cute. I'm Lord Ling's woman, Bai Qiao replied. Under her control, the ahog on top of her head seemed to be turning around consciously. Seeing Lotus Sun's expression darken, she knew that her joke had gone too far, and she hurriedly corrected herself. Fine, I'm his sheath. Lord Ling asked me to help. The next second, Lotus Sun's expression immediately returned to normal. So you're Miss Bai Qiao. This change was so fast that Bai Qiao was caught off guard. You also have white hair. Is this author a white-haired freak? Sun Ying'er actually knew who Bai Qiao was, but this was her first time meeting Bai Qiao, so she couldn't help feeling a little surprised when she saw Bai Qiao in person. Healer Knight Lilican, Ku Xian Bai Freak, both Wenzhou authors, a perfect match. Bai Qiao shrugged indifferently and was as venomous as ever. Let's put idle chatter aside, it's more important to solve the problem in front of us first. Miss Sun, please come with me. But Senior Golden Lamp said it's dangerous inside. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't be able to hurt Miss Sun, Bai Qiao said confidently. She added another layer of protective golden light to Lotus Sun's body, and then stepped into the secret realm. Then, thud. She knelt down next to Shen Wuyue. Shen Wuyue, second-generation demon saint, Loopy Toad, Monk Golden Lamp, _ Miss Bai Qiao, it's not the new year yet, there's no need to be so formal, I didn't expect the primal chaos concentration to be so high. Bai Qiao looked a little embarrassed, while Lotus Sun, who was behind her, was completely fine. Her physical body, which had been blessed, plus the golden light shield that Bai Qiao had personally set up, as well as Mysterious Sea's sword chi protection, allowed Lotus Sun to move freely even in such a strong primal chaos concentration. Apart from a slight lack of oxygen, she didn't feel any other discomfort. Bai Qiao patted the dust off her pajamas and got up from the ground. What's the situation now? Golden Lamp frowned. It's not optimistic. I've already struck the sky with my palm to disintegrate this primal chaos. But given the strength of my palm, I can't eradicate it all at once. I can only do my best to control the concentration. Bai Qiao nodded. After understanding the situation, she turned to Lotus Sunday. Miss Sun, why don't you try the sword first? Strike the sky and get a feel for it. Huh? Can I? Isn't it more important to control the situation first? Lotus Sun was stunned. Bai Qiao said expressionlessly, the secret land that Lord Ling set up must have a concentration of more than 65% before it collapses. It's only 40% now, and there's still time to spare. Lotus Sun never thought that Bai Qiao's purpose in letting her come in was actually for her to try the sword. And the reason why Bai Qiao had come here was because student Wang Ling had instructed her to. So, was student Wang Ling creating an opportunity for her to try the sword? At this thought, the girl's mood instantly improved. Thank you, student Wang Ling, thank you, Miss Bai Qiao. Thank you, seniors. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. Soon after, Lotus Sun swiftly pulled Mysterious Sea out of its sheath, and a powerful sword chi, like a raging sea, burst out of the blade. Ha! Lotus Sun pointed her sword at the sky and slashed down. Rumble. Sword light seeped out of Mysterious Sea's sharp edge. At first, it was only a few inches long, but then it kept growing as it charged toward the sky. Surging sword intent reverberated like a heavenly Dao bell, accompanied by the sound of a tsunami. The terrifying pressure of the sword rushed toward the primal chaos that had been accumulating in the sky, causing the entire secret land to shine with blinding light. A Foundation establishment cultivator can actually slash out sword chi 10,000 meters long. At that moment, second-generation demon saint and Shen Wuyue, who were kneeling on the ground, were stupefied. Chapter 1371. The thunder tribulation of transcendence and the heavenly tribulation of divine punishment all revolved around the power of thunder and lightning. Thunder was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. The lethality of the lightning tribulation and the heavenly tribulation would increase by thousands of times. Primal chaos was a terrifying energy that originated from the birth of the universe. Every time a world-defying artifact was infused with 1% chaotic energy, its power would increase by another 5%. Thunder and chaos. Once the two of them combined, they would form the chaos lightning. The terror of its might was naturally indescribable. However, it seemed that the most terrifying thing was not the chaotic lightning in the sky above the secret realm. Instead, it was a scene of a young girl who was only at the Foundation establishment stage fighting against the chaotic lightning. When the girl unsheathed her sword, her unswerving gaze moved people. Even though her cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, her face still revealed a strong sense of confidence. When he drew his sword and slashed forward, the seemingly thin and weak figure seemed to have erupted with all his strength at this moment. A single sword strike was enough to topple a city, and it was eye-catching. Mysterious Sea stood out with a sword energy that was over 10,000 meters long. The sword intent of the raging sea hurled forward, displaying the depth of the sea and the terrifying power to swallow all things. For a moment, the chaotic lightning and Mysterious Sea's sword intent collided. The two forces collided, causing energy to explode in the sky and sparks to fly in all directions. The successive explosions of light illuminated the sky of the secret realm as if it was plated with a layer of aurora. The light was dazzling and resplendent. Buzz! In the void, Mysterious Sea revealed himself. She had already absorbed the power of tens of thousands of Mysterious Sea's doppelgangers in the sword's spirit space. This caused Mysterious Sea's body to grow explosively. She appeared in the secret realm like a giant, towering between heaven and earth, shaking the heavens. Her beautiful and moving skirt was also enlarged infinitely. When it swayed, it emitted a boundless aura of the sea. Flood the Golden Mountain. Mysterious Sea shouted softly, his voice shaking the surroundings. As soon as she spoke, a large number of scriptures immediately appeared in the void and covered the sword chi that was charging towards the sky. Together, they exerted pressure on the highly concentrated chaotic lightning. Second-generation Demon Saint and Shen Wuyue's mouths hadn't closed from beginning to end. Moreover, because the chaotic energy was too dense, they were still in a kneeling position, they were really kneeling to watch. The two forces collided, wearing each other down and restricting each other. After a few minutes, the light in the sky dimmed down. Mysterious Sea's attack could be considered a success. It managed to neutralize about 15% of the chaotic energy. A large area of primal chaos was dispersed, causing the density of the secret realm to drop temporarily. However, this also used up all of Mysterious Sea's accumulated power. It was impossible to use such a powerful, city-toppling sword a second time in a short period of time. Calculating based on the same amount of power, it would take 12 hours of accumulation before the second strike could be executed. But as long as Lotus Sun didn't use up her savings, they could stack up. Mysterious Sea's sword spirit space was a super container that could be stacked up to 10 times at most. It's indeed powerful enough. Tyrant sighed. Mysterious Sea's attack did not completely eradicate the chaotic force, which was expected. Lotus Sun was indeed very strong, but she was still weaker than the monk. Even Tyrant's palm strike was unable to eradicate it, let alone Mysterious Sea's sword strike. The sword trial is over, so it's our turn now, Bai Qiao said at that moment. Understood. The monk nodded. Later, the moment Miss Bai Qiao and Mysterious Sea fuse, this poor monk will add golden Buddha light to your bodies. Combining all of our powers, we'll definitely be able to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Miss Bai Qiao, are you going to fuse with Mysterious Sea? Lotus Sun was surprised. Special circumstances, that's the only way. Bai Qiao's ahogue spun. Then, her figure shifted and she turned back into a scabbard. Miss Sun, no need to be polite, be bold and use me. Lotus Sun, how do I do it? Bai Qiao, insert Mysterious Sea directly into my scabbard, and the fusion will be complete. Then, Miss Sun just needs to perform another slash like just now. Okay. Lotus Sun nodded. Following Bai Qiao's instructions, she inserted Mysterious Sea into the scabbard of her peachwood sword. Bai Qiao and Mysterious Sea combined. In a split second, a powerful force overflowed from Mysterious Sea in Lotus Sun's hand. Lotus Sun noticed that the shape of Mysterious Sea in her hand had also changed. The body of the sword, which had been alternating between blue and white, was now bright orange like a tangerine. At the same time, the newly fused sword spirit officially appeared in front of everyone. It was a blue-haired, orange-eyed woman who looked extremely elegant. Her hair had been coiled up, and Bai Qiao's ahogue had turned into a hairpin which was inserted into her coiled hair. She was dressed in a gorgeous snow-white Taoist robe, and the long tail at the end dragged behind her like a wave, like the Milky Way hanging down. It was extremely beautiful. The woman opened her beautiful phoenix eyes, and her whole body shone like a gem at the bottom of the sea. She had the temperament of an empress, like a heavenly paragon from ancient times, and made people want to submit to her. "My name is Bai Hai," the woman said. Her sweet voice was like the sound of a conch shell, but there was an astonishing aggressiveness hidden in it, and there was actually a sense of ancientness when she spoke. Then, she turned her head to look at the sky, which was filled with the power of primal chaos. Bai Hai hadn't made a move yet, but the monk could already sense the terrifying battle strength she was exuding. As expected of Miss Bai Qiao, he sighed in his heart. This fusion directly increased Mysterious Sea's battle prowess by another level from his original foundation. This was an astonishing improvement. But just to be on the safe side, the monk still didn't hesitate to open the swastika and apply a layer of golden Buddhist light on Bai Hai. In a split second, Bai Hai's body was covered in a layer of golden light, as if he was wearing a suit of golden armor, and the aura he gave off became even more powerful. Furthermore, because of this layer of golden Buddhist light, Lotus Sun's alluring sword, which would have taken her 12 hours to charge up, was instantly recharged with the monk's energy. "Miss Sun, the time has come," the monk commanded at that moment. "Yes, Senior." In response to the monk's words, she withstood the almost boiling power of primal chaos in the sky and slashed at the sky again. She brandished her own alluring sword. At that moment, Snow White's sword Qi, like a wave, attacked the sky for the second time. The rich power of primal chaos collided with the white wave of sword Qi, causing the sword waves to boil, and dense steam accompanied by energy surged and tumbled endlessly. This sword Qi was 1,000,000 meters long. Like a watermelon knife, it instantly split the sky in two. Overwhelming power filled the entire sky and swiftly swallowed up all the power of primal chaos in the sky at a suffocating speed. A few seconds later, the rich power of primal chaos in the secret realm disappeared, and the primal chaos lightning that had fused with the lightning tribulation also dissipated. Warm sunlight shone down from the azure sky, sprinkling down on everyone's faces. The dissipating pressure was accompanied by an endless cool breeze that brushed against everyone's cheeks. The scene that had been so tense that they had almost collapsed, at that moment, Orange was in a great position. "Thank you for your hard work." Bai Hai turned around and smiled at Lotus Sunday. Then, her figure turned into particles of light and dissipated in the warm sunlight. Chapter 1372. Overall, it was a perfect fusion. But because it was their first time, Bai Hai's form was limited, and after Qingqing's sword slashed down, his body couldn't help but dissipate. Bai Qiao split back up, her forehead beaded with sweat as she panted. Fusing with Mysterious Sea was too tiring. Because she was practically the main part of Mysterious Sea's battle strength, Mysterious Sea's original foundation of battle strength had been greatly improved. In contrast, Bai Qiao found that fusing with Jinka was still a little easier. At the very least, Jinka's battle strength was online. After the sword was inserted, the two became one. Bai Qiao basically didn't need to move herself. That was the difference. "Senior Bai Qiao, are you alright?" Lotus Sun hurriedly stepped forward to support Bai Qiao. She could feel Bai Qiao swaying and almost falling down. "Don't worry about me." Bai Qiao's voice was faint. As a veteran otaku who focused on games, she didn't like other people touching her body in human form. "Ah. Sorry." Lotus Sun hurriedly let go. "Don't think that just because my lord helped you, you can do whatever you want," Bai Qiao blushed. For some reason, Lotus Sun's greeting just now had made her face burn a little. "I'm going back to play games." Her voice sounded a little hurried, and she turned into a brown spirit light as she left the place, almost as if she was fleeing. "Does Senior Bai Qiao hate me?" Lotus Sun looked a little puzzled. "I don't think so. It's all because Rongrong is too charming." Sun Yinger giggled. Just like that, the sudden change came to an end, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just a little bit more, and the Earth was going to be destroyed again. Fortunately, thanks to everyone's cooperation, this crisis didn't happen in the end. Loopy Toad shook its dog fur and jumped out of the pit. It had almost thought it was going to die just now. In the end, it hadn't expected it to pull through once again. A dog lives without purpose. Loopy Toad crawled out of the pit and couldn't help sighing with emotion as it looked at the blue sky in the secret land. There seemed to be something wrong with the idiom, a dog lives without purpose. But it didn't matter. Loopy Toad felt that it was tailor-made for it. Loopy Toad. The dog fur on your body seems to have turned greener. Lotus Sun ran over to pinch Loopy Toad's face, and found that its head was still as soft and bouncy as usual. Rong Rong, you're too gentle. Sun Yinger chuckled and immediately started. Watch me rub the dog's head. The touch was so tempting that even Monk Jin Dang couldn't help rubbing his hands together. I'm coming too. Rub the dog's head in anger. Loopy Toad let everyone ravage it without the slightest bit of resistance. This time, it would survive. Indeed, apart from Shen Wuyue and second-generation Demon Saint, he owed everyone here a favor. Thank you, classmate Lotus Sunday. Thank you, everyone, for your help. Loopy Toad wagged its tail and thanked everyone from the bottom of its heart. You should thank classmate Wang Ling, Lotus Sun smiled. I've already decided. I'll follow little Master Ling for the rest of my life and be his dog for the rest of my life, Loopy Toad said with a resolute look in its eyes. With a smile on her face, Lotus Sun rubbed her face as she asked, but why do I feel like you haven't changed after becoming a divine beast? It's just that its fur is greener than before. That's just a facade. Benefactor Toad's battle prowess has indeed improved by leaps and bounds. It's no longer the same as before. As the monk spoke, he turned his gaze to second-generation Demon Saint and Shen Wuyue. Benefactor Toad can now hang them up and beat them up. Loopy Toad is so strong. Lotus Sun exclaimed. Shen Wuyue, second-generation Demon Saint, Monk Jin Dang, by the way, why are the two of you still kneeling? Shen Wuyue and second-generation Demon Saint wanted to cry but had no tears. They had been kneeling for too long. Their legs were numb. Wang Ling heaved a long sigh of relief at his desk in his bedroom now that the matter of peeking at the mountain of backflow had been resolved. The disappearance of the chaos anomaly and Loopy Toad smoothly transcending its tribulation to become a divine beast was a good thing, but Wang Ling knew that things were far from over. He had a feeling that the remaining 8 Rubik's Cubes would definitely find a way to retrieve the one that had fused into Mysterious C's body in order to keep it in check. Thus, this matter needed to be considered at length. Wang Ling had wanted to call Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal to discuss this matter. But that wasn't the end of the trouble he was facing. Chinese teacher Guan Ziqian was calling. Even through the phone, Wang Ling knew that it definitely wasn't a good thing. Most likely, they were here for the essay writing competition. He had finished writing his submission yesterday and handed it in. It was just that he hadn't expected that before the submission was published, each school's Chinese teacher would first conduct a content review to ensure that it didn't contain any sensitive content. Then, Teacher Guan had set his eyes on his composition, Single Dog. Wang Ling's idea for this composition was very simple. But he felt that it was completely in line with the standards and the theme of the composition. Looking at Teacher Guan's flashing cell phone number, Wang Ling thought carefully and felt that there was nothing wrong with what he had written. After a few seconds of stupefaction, Wang Ling picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, Guan Ziqian seemed a little angry. Wang Ling, you're just brushing me off again. What on earth is going on with this composition of yours? The teachers in the office and I in the Chinese team were all stunned. Wang Ling was silent and didn't say anything. Youth's feelings are always poetry. Such a good topic, have you never thought of thanking you for what happened between you and classmate Lotus Sun? Thinking about what happened to you at the Xiao family compound fireworks party, I think you could have written a beautiful story. Teacher Guan did his best to provide Wang Ling with ideas. Fine, even if you don't write about what happened between you and classmate Lotus Sunday. Since you've decided to use single dog as the theme, you should start with the loneliness of youth. Hearing this, Wang Ling sighed in his heart. The loneliness of youth. In this world, it seemed that there was no one more lonely than him. Perhaps realizing that his tone had been a little fierce, Teacher Guan sighed in exasperation at Wang Ling's failure to meet his expectations. Wang Ling, maybe my tone was a little harsh. I apologize to you. But I also hope that you can understand my good intentions. There's no way someone who can write a composition like A Speck of Ashes in the Times could come up with a draft like this. Wang Ling wanted to cry but had no tears. The main thing was that he really hadn't written that thing. I know, classmate Wang Ling has always been a low-key person. Maybe you don't want to get a place at all. But you're a seated contestant that the teachers in our school's Chinese team have strongly recommended. Even if you don't want to write properly, you should at least fill up the paper, right? Teacher Guan tried his best to persuade him. Teacher Guan, the rule for compositions is indeed 800 words or less. Your composition actually isn't too off-topic. Actually, there are a lot of things you could have written about the theme of single dog. Teacher Guan, then your entire composition only has the F** king word, wolf. Including the title, it's a total of 4 words. Classmate Wang Ling. Aren't you being too perfunctory? Chapter 1373. For Wang Ling, writing an essay wasn't difficult, but keeping his marks down was. Of all the test questions Wang Ling had encountered so far, it was the most difficult to keep his marks down. Because of his understanding of words, it was impossible to know what kind of marks a reading teacher would give you. Wang Ling remembered one year's college entrance exam, and the ending of an essay was, "Now, it's long dead, but there's still a strange light in its eyes." The teacher who had set the question wanted the students to understand the meaning of this sentence. In the end, even the original author of the essay didn't know what it meant. In the end, at Teacher Guan's request, Wang Ling had no choice but to rewrite his essay. Wang Ling, can you submit it on Saturday? Teacher Guan asked. All submissions would be closed at midnight on Sundays. If Wang Ling couldn't submit his essay then, number 60 high would have wasted a quota for nothing. I'll try my best. Wang Ling sighed and answered helplessly. Okay, then I'll delete your essay from the review platform. Teacher Guan nodded happily. Wang Ling was about to hang up when he heard Guan Ziqian suddenly cry out, "Aya," on the other end of the line. Wang Ling, ? Guan Ziqian, oh no. I think I clicked submit. Wang Ling, holding his head, Teacher Guan felt a little frantic. F***K. This essay review platform is simply toxic. Why did I click the X button on the side for submission? At the thought of a 4-word essay that would appear in the eyes of the nation's language teaching experts, so this is what it feels like to look up at the starry sky and see nothing but darkness. Teacher Guan instantly despaired. Furthermore, Guan Ziqian thought that Wang Ling's essay was very likely to be number 60 high's lowest score in the essay competition over the years. It would also be the first essay to score 0, he definitely wouldn't get the title of Outstanding Teacher of the Year. Guan Ziqian couldn't help his tears rolling down his cheeks. After the call ended, Wang Ling felt that he had indeed let Teacher Guan down. The main thing was that he really hadn't expected that there would only be 1 quota for the essay competition this time. In every previous competition, each school would have at least 3 quotas. Teacher Guan had pushed hard in the language group, convinced all the teachers, and had a war of words with the scholars. In the end, number 60 high's language teachers had put all their bets on him. If he didn't win this time, Wang Ling felt that he might even cause Teacher Guan to lose his position as head of the language group's teaching and research group. It was a little difficult to deal with. Should he rewrite it, and then ask Wang Ming to hack into the back end and replace it? At that moment, this thought had already emerged in Wang Ling's mind. Now, this seemed to be the only way. He was about to call Wang Ming when grenade-throwing Senior Immortal suddenly sent him a text message. Brother Ling. The matter in the demon realm has been settled. Congratulations to Brother Dog for successfully crossing the tribulation and becoming a divine beast. However, I think we need to hold a meeting to discuss the abnormality of the primal chaos concentration. What do you think? Wang Ling replied with one word. It was a phenomenon related to the abnormal concentration of chaos. Wang Ling felt that his calculations probably wouldn't be wrong. It definitely had something to do with the loss of the heavenly magic cube. Even if grenade-throwing senior immortal hadn't come looking for him, Wang Ling had wanted him to start collecting the materials needed to make the new heavenly Tao magic cube. When the time came, he would use the meeting to explain what he needed. Currently, the Battles sect had a vast network of connections, especially with regards to connections in other planets. This was a condition that no sect on Earth possessed. As long as Battles sect stepped forward, the domain of the gods and divine Tao star would have to give face and help. If anyone wasn't convinced, they could try challenging Battles sect. But the result would be 100% failure. Oh, that's right, Brother Ling, there's actually one more thing. Grenade-throwing senior immortal typed. I just saw that there are submissions for a national composition competition. One of them is about a single dog. I think the handwriting is a little like yours. Wang Ling, compositions uploaded to the composition platform were all scanned by hand and imported into the system as images. For language teachers, neat handwriting and literary flair were in fact equally important for an excellent composition. As the saying went, a person's handwriting was like a person's, and beautiful handwriting was definitely a plus. But Wang Ling was still taken aback that grenade-throwing senior immortal could recognize Wang Ling's handwriting from just 4 words. This was because for the sake of fairness, compositions submitted to the platform were all anonymous. Before the final results came out, none of the main evaluators in charge of grading would know who on earth the author of the composition was. If Brother Ling doesn't deny it, then it looks like you really wrote the composition. Grenade-throwing senior immortal said, I wasn't too sure before, so I sent it to Miss Lotus Sunday. Miss Sun had been deliberately imitating your handwriting all along. In the end, she could tell at a glance that it was you. Wang Ling, grenade-throwing senior immortal smiled. Actually, I'm one of the main evaluators for the composition in this competition. Wang Ling was blank. A total of 6 main judges have been selected for this competition, as well as a panel of 100 experts for a joint evaluation. But the main evaluators are responsible for grading the compositions. The panel of experts is just there to brag about the compositions. Grenade-throwing senior immortal said, apart from me, the remaining 5 main judges are Brother Zhua, Mr. Sun Yuan, President Qi of the Magic Treasure Academy of Science, Secretary Sun of the Alliance of 10,000 Schools, and Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao. The corners of Wang Ling's mouth twitched. How many Wang Jiaos in this world? Grenade-throwing senior immortal, Brother Ling, don't doubt your ears. The last judge is your father. For some reason, Wang Ling suddenly felt like he had been chosen. On the other side, Wang Ling's composition titled, Single Dog, was also swiftly included in the background information for the main evaluators. Grenade-throwing senior immortal had practically already made connections. Of all the main evaluators, the person with the most excited reaction was naturally none other than Old Man Sunday. His face was bright red as he stared at this forward composition and slapped the table in praise. Good. Classmate Wang Ling's composition, it's very well written. Old man, calm down. Jiang Shaoqi couldn't take it anymore, there was a sour taste in his mouth. Look. Classmate Wang Ling's character is so well written. It's a very standard thin golden figure. Without more than 10 years of work, how could he have reached this level? But old master. Classmate Wang is only 16 years old, so what if he's 16? You don't allow him to write at the age of 1. Look, although classmate Wang Ling's composition only has the character, Wang, throughout, I think he's trying to express the meaning of the Great Tao in its simplest form. And didn't you notice that classmate Wang Ling's composition actually has a voice? Chapter 1374. Although he was excited, after Old Man Sun calmed down, he could still sense Wang Ling's intentions from his essay on, The Great Way is the Simplest. This was a national-level competition. Although this essay was creative, it was too risky. Furthermore, given student Wang Ling's personality, it wasn't in his nature to participate in the national essay competition. Most likely, it was the language teacher at school who had pushed him to do so. So was it possible that student Wang Ling had never wanted to win the prize from the start? Old man's son frowned. Xiaoqi, do you think student Wang Ling never wanted to win the championship? Jiang Xiaoqi carefully pondered the meaning of old man's son's words. The old man's fan filter was too strong now, and Jiang Xiaoqi knew that he had to adjust his attitude toward Wang Ling as soon as possible. Even if he wasn't satisfied with Wang Ling, he still had to go along with old man's son's wishes in front of him. Otherwise, it would be too late by the time old man's son felt that he was annoying. I'm afraid so, sir. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded regretfully, and then started to observe old man's son's reaction. Sure enough, Sun Yiyuan had a regretful expression on his face at first, and then he let out a long sigh. But this essay is really well written. Jiang Xiaoqi, to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Sun Yiyuan still had a trace of rationality left in him, he would have directly given Wang Ling a perfect score of 60. But in order to take care of Wang Ling's feelings at the same time, in the end, old man's son didn't give specific marks for the essay. Instead, he directly submitted it to the New Concept Creativity Pool. The prize system for this national competition was actually very rich. Some essays that broke through the examination-oriented style could be awarded for the New Concept Essay Award without being graded according to the examination-oriented style. This wasn't a championship award, so it didn't attract as much attention, but it was still a national award. Old man's son felt that this award was already enough for Wang Ling to answer to his language teacher. Sun Yiyuan's idea was the same as everyone else's, plus grenade-throwing Senior Immortal and Odd Zhuo were pulling strings behind the scenes. There was almost no doubt that Wang Ling's single dog essay would win the New Concept Essay Award. Sun Yiyuan took a photo of Wang Ling's composition with his phone. Although it was only 4 words, the more he looked at them, the more he liked them. Do you know the name of student Wang Ling's language teacher? Sun Yiyuan asked. His name is Guan Ziqian, Jiang Xiaoqi answered quickly. Very good. Sun Yiyuan nodded. Go back and inform Headmaster Chen to give Teacher Guan an award. Order of Commendation. To be able to teach such an outstanding student Wang Ling, Teacher Guan must also be an outstanding person. Old man's son stared at the photo on his phone and fell into a deep trance. Jiang Xiaoqi, wonderful, wonderful. This word was beautifully written. Little Che, go print this out. I want to frame it for my collection. Old man's son said, in the future, when Huaguo Water Curtain Group recruits new employees, as long as they can write good-looking golden calligraphy, I'll add 10 points to the overall evaluation. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoqi's expression was very complicated. He didn't know what on earth Wang Ling had done to old man Sunday. It was actually able to make the usually calm old man's fan filter thicken to this extent. When Wang Ling had gone to the aquarium previously, Jiang Xiaoqi had been secretly plotting to trip him up, but he hadn't been able to find a good opportunity. But now, Jiang Xiaoqi felt that he couldn't take it anymore. He had to expose Wang Ling's true nature. He had to let old man Sun see sooner who was the most suitable person for Lotus Sun. The entire plan was divided into 2 parts. Jiang Xiaoqi would start with Wang Ling and Lotus Sunday. He would expose Wang Ling's true nature and increase Lotus Sun's favorable impression of him. Huaguo Water Curtain Group's backend AI system, Wukong, had created a very good condition for Jiang Xiaoqi to carry out his plan. This AI system was originally used to calculate big data for customers. It was similar to the guess what you like function that some shopping platforms developed by getting a customer's focus on browsing products. The Wukong system could automatically push out all kinds of elixirs produced by Huaguo Water Curtain Group to potential customers based on their browsing needs. But now, Jiang Xiaoqi planned to use the Wukong system for something else. Dead fish eyes, indifferent, oil bottle, iron fool, likes to steal other people's women. Jiang Xiaoqi typed everything he could think of about Wang Ling into the Wukong system. Very quickly, the system's electronic voice sounded. Dear Mr. Jiang, Wukong has recommended you a local girl from Shanghai City. Please check her out. According to the system's speculations, this girl was 87% compatible with Wang Ling, and was the type that Wang Ling might like. Success. Jiang Xiaoche was secretly delighted. He clicked open the girl's profile. The girl in the photo had a head of fresh short hair, skin as white as jade, and was very cute and moving. She looked very young, but in fact, she was a senior professional escort expert. They specialize in serving drinks to the bosses of the shopping malls in the hotel. Interesting. I didn't expect classmate Wang Ling to like this kind of flirtatious type. Jiang Xiaoche nodded in satisfaction. Then, he quickly followed the information provided by the system. He made a call to the girl. Jiang Xiaoche, hello, is this Miss Suyu? I would like to ask you for a favor. It's nothing serious, I just want you to help me flirt with a boy. What? Sell your skills and not your body? No. I don't need you to sell your body. Do you understand the boyfriend loyalty test? Yes. It's just a test. The pay is very high. I hope you'll consider it. That night, Wang Ling suddenly received a very strange friend request. It was a girl whom he didn't know at all. The description of the friend request read, Classmate Wang Ling. I'm in trouble, please add me, I have something urgent to tell you. Wang Ling stared blankly at the girl's profile picture for a few seconds. He searched his memories and confirmed that there was no such person in number 60 high or among the people he had come into contact with. But the other party had actually called him classmate Wang Ling. Could she be from another school? No, maybe it was a leak. Jiang Xiaoche had calculated very well, but he hadn't taken into account that Wang Ling actually didn't have the habit of adding strangers. He didn't even bother to add this girl to ask what on earth was going on. Then, he blacklisted this strange girl. If you're in trouble, go look for the police uncle. Why did he, and delay his online lessons? Chapter 1375. So you hadn't expected to be blacklisted just like that. This classmate Wang was indeed a cautious person, and more difficult to deal with than Siyu had imagined. Sister. Are you unhappy about something? Su Xiao, who was taking online classes at the dining table, couldn't help asking when he saw his sister's sad face. Go back to your class. Suyu scolded him softly. Wang Ling, Suyu was actually no stranger to this name. She had even met Wang Ling before, although he himself might not have known it. After the Shuego sect incident at number 60 high school, the school had required parents to pick up their children in person, and Suyu had met Wang Ling when she had picked up Su Xiao. Her younger brother had said that although classmate Wang Ling looked cold, he was actually a very good person. He was also the mascot of their class, and had represented the school several times to win glory for number 60 high school. Jiang Xiaoche had asked her to test a boy, whom he had described as heinous. Suyu hadn't even known who the boy was before receiving the information. In the end, who knew that this was actually her younger brother Su Xiao's classmate, Wang Ling? At this thought, Suyu felt her head hurt a little. Suyu had never thought of flirting with her younger brother's classmate. She didn't mean to make things difficult for Wang Ling. It was just that Jiang Xiaoche was paying her very well. If she could complete this task, Suyu could stay in the house for the next few years and work as an escort, which she hated. Everything she did was for the sake of a living. For the sake of a better life for herself and her younger brother. On Jiang Xiaoche's end, he received a reply from Suyu about an hour later. I used 36 numbers to add them, but they were all blacklisted. I don't have any more numbers now. Jiang Xiaoche was shocked. He stared at Suyu's message with an incredulous look on his face. Not a single one. Is he that upright? Why don't I believe it? After all, Wang Ling was only 16. Jiang Xiaoche was also an experienced person, and it was common for teenagers at this age to be hot-blooded. It was also the age when it was easiest for them to face all kinds of temptations. I have screenshots here. I've used both the soft and hard ways to ask for a friend. Now I really don't have a choice, Suyu typed. Jiang Xiaoche said, "Don't worry, I'll pay you." "That's good." Suyu nodded. She did not know who the mysterious boss was. They had actually paid such a high price to give Wang Ling this so-called test. However, Suyu had an intuition that this person might have something to do with Lotus Sunday. Maybe he was also Lotus Sun's pursuer. Or, thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, are you Miss Lotus Sun?" Jiang Xiaoche said, "I'm not." Staring at the phone, Suyu chuckled. Generally speaking, people who were eager to deny it were most likely to be true. She had long heard about the campus rumors between Lotus Sun and Wang Ling. It was just that he hadn't expected Lotus Sun to care so much about Wang Ling. He had even specially used a voice changer to disguise himself as a boy. She had no idea how he had found her and asked her to test Wang Ling's work. Suyu felt that she must have guessed right. Her burning desire for gossip forced her to type out her true thoughts. "Don't be shy, Lotus Sun." Jiang Xiaoche, Suyu said, "I actually understand the test of character. Given your family's circumstances, you should be a little cautious. In my experience, Student Wang is a very pragmatic, honest, and single-minded person. He's not the type who will be easily tempted. Don't worry and marry him." Pa. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoche was so angry that he smashed his phone. Sending Suyu to test Wang Ling had failed, but Jiang Xiaoche still hadn't given up. He felt that something must have gone wrong. After paying Suyu as agreed, Jiang Xiaoche still intended to continue with Wang Ling. In fact, he had gotten some inspiration from Suyu. The Wukong system's artificial intelligence matching function had combined the information he had entered about Wang Ling to find the most suitable person. But as for the labels he had previously entered, dead fish eyes, indifferent, oily bottle, iron fool, likes to steal other people's women, some of them were Jiang Xiaoche's own stereotype of Wang Ling, while others were random labels he had added out of jealousy. In fact, they hadn't been objective and fair. In a situation where it was unfair, the girl he had been matched with would naturally be inaccurate. Jiang Xiaoche sighed. He had discovered his mistake. Fortunately, this discovery had been timely. He then began to constantly warn himself in his mind. Put aside your prejudices, be objective and fair, and write down Wang Ling's shining points in the labels. Only in this way could he be matched with a more accurate girl through the large database. Bracing himself, he deleted the labels he had randomly added, and then began to enter some new labels from the perspective of the old man and Suyu's analysis: dead fish eyes, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, sultry on the inside, pragmatic, honest, steadfast, single-minded, good handwriting, fair skin, also handsome. As he typed in the labels, Jiang Xiaoche held back a mouthful of blood in his heart. He felt like he was going to inject internal injuries. In order to trip up his rival in love, he actually had to praise his rival in love first. Jiang Xiaoche would never have imagined that such a miraculous operation would happen to him. A few minutes later, in front of the computer, Jiang Xiaoche wiped his sweat. This time, the labels he had entered were sufficiently objective and fair. There shouldn't be any more problems with the Wukong system. Very quickly, the system's electronic voice sounded again. "Dear Mr. Jiang, Xiaokong has recommended you a local girl from Songhai City. Please check her out." This time, the system was a 96% match. Opening the girl's profile, Jiang Xiaoche couldn't help rubbing his eyes. He was sure he hadn't seen wrong. Because the girl in the photo actually bore some resemblance to Lotus Sun, but Jiang Xiaoche was very sure that this definitely wasn't Lotus Sunday, so there's actually such a similar person in this world? Jiang Xiaoche's eyes lit up. He didn't know what it felt like to fall in love at first sight. But now, he was sure that he had already fallen in love with this girl. Jiang Yingying. What a good name. Jiang Xiaoche recited the girl's profile. Then, he quickly sent a friend request to this girl called Jiang Yingying. "Big sister, wanna go out?" 3 seconds later, Jiang Xiaoche was directly blacklisted. Wang Ling couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene on the screen. In the middle of the night, he had inexplicably received more than 30 explicit friend requests. Wang Ling knew that someone was definitely up to no good. Then, he immediately deduced that it was Jiang Xiaoqi, and knew that Jiang Xiaoqi was fishing. Unfortunately, some people ended up getting themselves caught in the act of fishing. Chapter 1376. Today, Jiang Xiaoqi smashed 2 phones. The first time he smashed it was because Su Yu's words provoked him. The second time was because he was rejected by Jiang Yingying. This incident tells us a truth. When life is not going your way, you can have nothing, but you must have a lot of cell phones. Mainly for the convenience of smashing. Nokia is no longer useful in the cultivation world. Unless it had been blessed by Wang Ling otherwise, as long as a cultivator with a certain level of cultivation smashed it, it would shatter. Looking at the 2 shattered phones on the ground, Jiang Xiaoqi took a deep breath. He felt that he had completely calmed down. He also knew how to deal with his relationship with Jiang Yingying, as well as with Lotus Sunday. Only children make choices. He wanted them all. With that in mind, Jiang Xiaoqi took out a 3rd phone from his pocket and began the next step of his plan. As for Jiang Yingying, he still had to make an appointment with her. This was the first time he had seen a girl who looked so similar to Lotus Sunday. It would be a pity to let her go so easily. On Wang Ling's side, with the failure of Su Yu's plan, Jiang Xiaoqi knew that he might not be able to move this blockhead with a simple seduction skill. He began to think of a good play. Suppose he and Lotus Sun were put together in the same place, and put them both in danger at the same time. If he were to lend a hand at that time, wouldn't he be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? It's just 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Creating a fake crisis wasn't a difficult task for Jiang Xiaoqi. The hero saving the damsel in distress was a cliché. But as the saying goes, only tricks can win people's hearts. Jiang Xiaoqi had even thought of the time to make his move. On the way out of number 60 high school on the first day of school next Monday, Wang Ling, if you have the guts, don't leave school. After returning from the demon world with Lotus Sun and Loopy Toad, the monk received news from Battle Sect that grenade-throwing senior immortal wanted to discuss collecting the materials to make the new Rubik's Cube. As the most experienced person, Monk Golden Lamp naturally became a ready-made consultant. With the brand new mysterious sea, Lotus Sun had already witnessed the power of the alluring sword. Lotus Sun simply couldn't imagine that such tremendous power could come from her thin and weak body. When he used the city-toppling sword, she thought of Wang Ling. The power contained in classmate Wang Ling's body was probably beyond anyone's imagination or comparison. Lotus Sun was well aware of this. Compared with Wang Ling, the power he currently possessed was probably just a drop in the ocean. However, without the monk's help, she would never be able to reach this level of combat strength in her entire life. After witnessing the power of the alluring sword, the girl felt a sense of duty and responsibility. Furthermore, she began to understand Wang Ling's troubles a little. Thinking of this, she frowned and couldn't help but sigh in front of the monk. Lotus Sun, it's really a very vexing thing to be unable to control one's power when it's too great. I hope classmate Wang Ling can find a way to precisely control his strength as soon as possible. The Golden Lamp monk smiled. We'll definitely find it. Thank you so much, Senior. Lotus Sun held Mysterious Sea as she expressed her thanks again. Miss Sun is too polite. However, this poor monk still has a word of advice. Miss Sun, please listen carefully. Tyrant smiled. Mysterious Sea might be powerful, but it can be controlled. Usually, Miss Sun could suppress most of her enemies with just her sword energy. Miss Sun's city-toppling sword was her greatest killing move at the current stage. You mustn't use it lightly unless you have no other choice. Lotus Sun, I understand, Senior. I will definitely use this power carefully. A woman doesn't lose to a man. With Miss Sun's words, this poor monk can rest assured. The monk nodded. Everything that needed to be said had been said. His face-shaping competition promise could also be considered to have officially come to an end. City-toppling sword was Lotus Sun's current killing move. In fact, if Mysterious Sea had multiple core worlds in its body, this killing move could be upgraded to another level. But to build multiple core worlds into the Spirit Sword space, one would need to fuse multiple Rubik's Cubes. It wasn't easy to obtain a Heavenly Tao Rubik's Cube to fuse with Mysterious Sea. The monk didn't even dare think about a multi-core Spirit Sword. If Mysterious Sea had 2 cores, it would be able to unleash the power of City-Toppling Sword. With 3 cores, it would be able to unleash City-Toppling Sword. But now, even if Mysterious Sea was a single core, Lotus Sun would already be able to enjoy it. It had really risen to the level of 3 cores. The monk thought that the spirit of the earth might go crazy. Nowadays, a Foundation establishment cultivator could use City-Toppling Sword to blow it up. Just the thought of it was enough to make one collapse. Then, Miss Sun, Benefactor Toad and I will take our leave now. We still have to go to Battle Sect later. Alright, please go ahead, Senior. Holding Mysterious Sea, Lotus Sun bowed to the monk, then turned her gaze to Loopy Toad and rubbed its head. Loopy Toad, when you go back, thank classmate Wang Ling for me. Loopy Toad replied, Croak. I got it. You should also send a message. It's no big deal. Lotus Sun's face turned red again. I haven't thought about how to say it to classmate Wang Ling yet. She felt that it might be very hard for Loopy Toad to understand this kind of feeling. She couldn't say exactly what she was feeling. It was just that every time she sent a message, she would frenetically struggle with her wording, for fear that she would say something embarrassing about Wang Ling. In the end, after several hours, she had revised this very simple sentence hundreds of times, but in the end, she still hadn't sent it. It was all stored in the draft box. Can you let me see your phone? Loopy Toad asked at that moment. It knew that this was actually a very rude question. What do you want to do? Lotus Sun asked. I just want to see what you've written, so that I can better convey your meaning. Loopy Toad smiled kindly. Alright, but don't flip through it. Lotus Sun carefully handed the phone over. Staring at the phone, Loopy Toad was startled by the number on the draft box. You actually sent 218 messages? I really just didn't know how to say it. Lotus Sun was also very helpless. She was about to take the phone back when she suddenly saw Loopy Toad actually press its paw on it. Loopy Toad, what are you doing? Lotus Sun hurriedly snatched the phone back. Croak. It's nothing, I just wanted to help you. At that moment, Loopy Toad had a crafty expression on its face. Lotus Sun was anxious and her face was red. Loopy Toad. You, why did you send them all? You don't have the courage to send them, so I'll help you. Send them all, it's no big deal. After saying that, Loopy Toad flicked its tail lightly. Monk, let's go. Very well, Benefactor Toad. The monk nodded. He stifled his laughter and looked like he was watching a good show. A few seconds later, Wang Ling's phone inbox directly exploded. Lotus Sun's messages came in one after another. Wang Ling, this time. I really have to thank you, classmate Wang Ling, I think I understand you a little. It must be very painful for you to have such enormous power, right? Classmate Wang Ling. Thank you for the Heavenly Tao Magic Cube. Mysterious Sea leveled up. It's very useful. Wang Ling, I. Chapter 1377. More than 200 messages flooded his inbox, and Wang Ling almost thought that his phone was a ghost. These were all messages from Lotus Sunday. Thank you, because the messages were jumping up and down so frequently, Wang Ling caught a few keywords. He guessed that Lotus Sun was probably thanking him for giving her the Heavenly Tao Magic Cube. But in Wang Ling's opinion, there really wasn't any need to thank this little thing. For him, the Heavenly Tao Magic Cube was like an eraser that his deskmate next to him took out during an exam. It wasn't anything valuable to begin with. So, should he reply? Wang Ling wanted to reply with 2 words, "It's fine." She had already sent more than 200 messages, it would be a little impolite to pretend that he hadn't seen them. But when he put his finger on it, Wang Ling hesitated again. After revising it a few times, Wang Ling stared at the ellipsis in the reply box and fell into deep thought. "You've had your day." Wang Ying laughed. Then he directly reached out and helped Wang Ling press the send button. Wang Ling stared at Wang Ying. He didn't know if he couldn't lift his saber or if Wang Ying was floating. But since the message had already been sent, he might as well take it as it came. In any case, it was just a string of ellipses. "Ling Ling, come here for a moment." At that moment, Wang Ling heard Father Wang's call from the study. Without thinking too much about it, he casually put his phone down on the table and hurried over. Because of Loopy Toad, the more than 200 messages in the manuscript storage box had all been sent out. The girl was both embarrassed and annoyed. Even after Loopy Toad and the monk had left, her body temperature still didn't drop. Hugging a pillow, she lay on the bed and buried her face deep in it. That was more than 200 messages. There were a lot of things she wanted to say but didn't have the courage to say them. But now, they had all been sent out. Classmate Wang Ling hadn't seen them all, had he? She was extremely nervous. Still no reply. After a long while, she moved half her face out of the pillow and stared at Sun Yinger on the side. No. Sun Yinger gripped her phone and stared at the mailbox like a searchlight. She sighed. "AI, you two are so troublesome. If you want to see them, go ahead, don't make me keep an eye on them for you." But what if, so Rong is afraid of rejection? But I don't think there's any ifs. Ling Zhenren had always been a block of wood, so he didn't think much of it even if he saw it. Rong's confession through text messages was too weak. You should just hug him and gnaw on him. Sun Yinger chuckled. What are you talking about? Lotus Sun buried her face again. A few more seconds passed. Lotus Sun's cell phone made 2 ding-dong sounds. A reply, Rong. Sun Yinger said excitedly, there are actually 2 replies. 2. Lotus Sun was astonished. Classmate Wang Ling, when did he become so talkative? Sun Yinger said, the first one is an ellipsis. Lotus Sun asked, and the second one? Sun Yinger, the second one, he said he likes you too. Lotus Sun should have been happy to hear this. Unfortunately, it didn't take a brain to know that this wasn't classmate Wang Ling's writing, given the strong contrast in his style of text messages. Lotus Sun was looking forward to a reply, but she was still a rational person. She was worried that Wang Ling would be angry. But the facts proved that this worry was completely unnecessary. An ellipsis, as expected of classmate Wang Ling, Lotus Sun couldn't help laughing in her heart. Rong, what's wrong? Ling Zhenren replied that he likes you too. Sun Yinger found it strange that Lotus Sun didn't seem as happy as she looked. The first one was indeed from classmate Wang Ling. The second one definitely wasn't from him, the girl said calmly. It wasn't from Ling Zhenren. Sun Yinger suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Sun Yinger could only think of one person who could appear at Wang Ling's side at any time and who had a motive. It was President Ng, Lotus Sun said. She was sure of this conjecture. This guy is a pervert. He actually used someone else's phone to send text messages. And he even took liberties with you, Rong. Sun Yinger couldn't take it anymore. For some reason, whenever Wang Ying was brought up, she became very excited and wanted to rebel. Don't be impulsive. Lotus Sun found it a little funny when she saw Sun Yinger's angry look. It's fine. He's already punished for what he deserves. Let's see what other excuses he can find. Sun Yinger wasn't willing to show weakness. Lotus Sun, after that, Sun Yinger also started to use Lotus Sun's phone. Just like that, the 2 shadows used their master's phones to carry out the following conversation. Classmate Wang Ling. I'm so happy. Can you really date me? That's great, Lotus Sunday. It seems that we really like each other. How about I come to your house now? Come to my house, that's not very good, right? I'll go to classmate Wang Ling's house. I've admired classmate Wang Ling's biceps for a long time. Really? Then come, you can even touch them. Can I really? Classmate Wang Ling, sure. You can also touch my pecs and abs. You don't have to be shy, Miss Lotus Sunday. How about this, I'm a boy, so I've decided to take the initiative. I'll come over now and let you touch them. You're coming over now? Sun Yinger was so shocked that she almost dropped her phone. Then we can go somewhere else. Somewhere else? For example, the moon you're familiar with. Wang Ying sneered and replied. Realizing that her identity had been exposed, Sun Yinger decided not to pretend anymore. She was going to lay her cards on the table. Blarg. Wang Ying, you're so perverted. You're playing with Ling Jinren's phone like this, does Ling Jinren know how to do it? Sun Yinger typed quickly with her slender fingers to express her protest against Wang Ying. Ha, woman. Aren't you still playing with Miss Lotus Sun's phone? Wang Ying laughed. I got Rongrong's permission. Sun Yinger said boldly. Then did Miss Sun teach you to type these words? HM. Wang Ying typed. I just wanted to test how perverted you are. You actually took the initiative to go to a girl's house and let her touch you. I never thought you'd actually have this kind of personality. Sun Yinger couldn't take it anymore and laughed loudly with the phone in her hands. She didn't know what on earth Sun Yinger was laughing about. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she watched Sun Yinger throw her head back on the sofa with her phone in her hands and laugh hysterically. However, this laughter didn't last long. Because in the next moment, Sun Yinger was gone. She was directly swept away by a black shadow. It happened in the blink of an eye. By the time she reacted, there was only one phone left on the sofa. Sun Yinger had died very peacefully. Chapter 1378. Father Wang called Wang Ling into the study. Even without the mind-reading ability, Wang Ling knew that Father Wang was definitely looking for him about the composition. Sure enough, Wang Ling saw that Father Wang's computer interface in the study was frozen at the back end of the composition review. This woof, you wrote it? Father Wang stared at Wang Ling with an amused expression on his face. There was no way he wouldn't recognize his own son. It was Father Wang who had taught Wang Ling's handwriting since he was a child. After all, Wang Ling had been able to hold a pen as soon as he was born. Father Wang had always felt that beautiful handwriting could affect a person's life. Furthermore, this was actually a way to exercise strength control. At the very least, Wang Ling was now confident in his strength when it came to pinching the pen. The process of teaching him to write hadn't been easy, and Father Wang still felt very bitter when he thought back to it. Even at 1 yuan each, the pens that Wang Ling had broken in his hand were worth several years' worth of royalties. Little Lei texted me earlier to ask me to take care of this composition. Actually, I saw it long ago. Father Wang laughed. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, the smell of nicotine turning into a dragon of smoke as Father Wang exhaled it through his nose and mouth. Then, Wang Ling inhaled the smoke into his lungs and filtered it into fresh oxygen, which flowed back into the study. Although Father Wang was smoking, there wasn't the slightest smell in the study. The Wang family's small villa didn't need to worry about PM2.5, so there was no need to buy an air purifier. Wang Ling had one readily available. This was the benefit of raising a son. Don't be nervous. Now that we've discussed it, we've decided to send this composition into the creativity database. I voted against it. You should know the reason better than I do. After all, I'm still your father, and I have to avoid arousing suspicion. Wang Ling nodded. I haven't finished. Father Wang said, although I voted against it, it's useless. Based on the principle of the minority obeying the majority, your composition will eventually be sent in. Wang Ling, this is the final result of your composition. But I didn't come to talk to you just about the composition today. Father Wang thought for a bit, then raised his eyebrows. He looked at Wang Ling with a profound look in his eyes. How's the matter with Miss Sun? Hearing this, Wang Ling was already sweating. You've even seen a huge scene like a planet exploding, yet you're still nervous about something like this. As expected of you. Father Wang was amused. He pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and twisted it a few times. His eyes flickered slightly, and his tone was rather carefree. The boys of our old Wang family never lack peach blossoms in their lives. However, you've always been the more active one. There are all kinds of active skills in love, but you haven't inherited any of them. You've put all your skill points into passive points. Your temperament is a bit like your mother's. When your mother and I met, she was also the passive party. But it's not as serious as yours. At least I wrote a song and a few poems that moved her in the end. Father Wang sighed and said, one-sided love is always the most tiring. I can see that Miss Sun is deeply in love with you, and it really isn't easy. Speaking up to this point, Father Wang paused as he observed Wang Ling's expression. When he saw that Wang Ling's face was still devoid of emotion, he continued, actually, I understand you. At this stage, you still don't have good control over your strength. If you date Miss Sun, you might hurt her. In that case, it wouldn't be realistic to create a human being. Hearing this, the corners of Wang Ling's eyes finally couldn't help twitching. He felt that Father Wang was becoming more and more outrageous. I'm joking. Father Wang laughed and patted Wang Ling on the shoulder. Thank you, son. Wang Ling. In my next plot, I'm going to add a wooden male supporting character who's like an emotional idiot. You've provided me with very good material. I've been observing your reaction just now. Not bad, not bad. I've got the material. Father Wang exclaimed sincerely, it's still good to have a son. He can be an air purifier, but also a tool man. Wang Ling, listen. What kind of human speech was that? December 5th, Saturday. Last night, Wang Ying had tormented Sun Ying'er all night, and she felt like her waist was about to collapse. It wasn't until 6:00 in the morning that Wang Ying mercifully let her go. Rong, when Sun Ying'er got home, she threw herself into Lotus Sun's soft arms. Wang Ying, he bullied me, she was choked with sobs, as if she had been greatly wronged, but there were no tears on her face. On the contrary, Lotus Sun thought that maybe Ying was actually pretty happy. Then, should I send a message to classmate Wang Ling? Lotus Sun asked tentatively. No. How can we trouble Ling Jinren to deal with our trivial matters? Let's forget about it. Sun Ying'er immediately raised her head. Why do I feel like you're pretty happy? Lotus Sun couldn't help laughing. Who's happy? Are you willing to let someone grab your hand and forcibly touch your abs? That's too much. Wang Ying, he is a pure and natural super big. Why do I feel like you didn't finish your sentence? Rong, did you hear a beep just now? It's Wang Ying. He set up a keyword blocking spell on me. As long as I say he is, it will become. I understand. Lotus Sun nodded and couldn't help laughing. I think CEO Ing really knows how to play around. Sun Ying'er wanted to cry but had no tears. He said that this spell will count automatically. He also set up a new rule, in the future, punishment will be based on the count. Every time you're blocked, you have to be hit 50 times. This. Wang Ying. Only he can think of such a method. Stop it, you've already said it 7 times, it seems, isn't that? 350 times, Sun Ying'er gave up on resisting. I'll chop off my waist and give it to him. Lotus Sun, actually, there's a reason why I'm so uncomfortable. At this moment, Sun Ying'er sighed. It's fine if Wang Ying is impudent towards me. Anyway, no one else saw me in such a sorry state. But last night, the scene of me being hit by him was seen by someone. And it was a girl. I also want my face. Girl? Which girl? It's Miss Awan. The one who used a phone screen to block my big move. It's her. Lotus Sun also remembered. But isn't the place where CEO Ing took you to the ball deep west of the Milky Way? Why would Miss Awan be there? I don't know. Sun Yinger shook her head, then said seriously, I suspect that she's jealous of me and wants to touch Wang Ying. Hearing this, Lotus Sun let out a slow question mark. Had her shadow finally been destroyed? Chapter 1379. Lotus Sun felt that even Sun Yinger herself probably didn't realize that she actually had feelings for Wang Ying. She even felt that it wasn't just Sun Yinger who felt for Wang Ying felt the same way about Sun Yinger. What Wang Ying was doing to Sun Yinger now was like a boy who couldn't figure out his feelings for a girl sitting in front of him at school. Boys were used to playing pranks to attract girls' attention. So in a sense, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wang Ying was 3 years old when it came to expressing his feelings. Although he was very proactive, it was clear that he didn't understand Sun Yinger's true position in his heart. Of course, this was just Lotus Sun's own understanding. Lotus Sun had never seen what was going on between the two shadows with her own eyes, and had mostly heard about it from Sun Yinger. But in the depths of her heart, she was still a little envious. Although Wang Ying's way of expressing his feelings was a little childish, it couldn't stop him from falling for it. Having something to express was always better than not having anything at all. Wang Ling, how much longer can I wait for you? Lotus Sun smiled bitterly in her heart. As she thought about this, Sun Yinger's chatter was automatically cut off. When she came back to her senses, she heard Sun Yinger say after a powerful analysis, so, Rong, I think my analysis is correct. Miss Awan definitely has a crush on Wang Ying. Lotus Sun couldn't help laughing. These words sounded quite angry, but why did she smell a strong scent of vinegar? Miss Awan is a good girl, she wouldn't have such thoughts. You're thinking too much. She must have something else, said Lotus Sunday Rong. Why are you siding with an outsider? Sun Yinger wasn't happy. You can't be partial to Miss Awan just because she's a staunch Ling Rong fan. What Ling Rong fan? Lotus Sun blushed again. Damn. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that almost everyone in Battle Sect is Ling Rong's fan now. The whole world is helping, and Miss Awan is no exception. Hee hee. There was a cunning look in Sun Yinger's eyes. Lotus Sun was incoherent at her own shadow's words, and after a long while, she finally scolded shyly, mind your Wang Ying. While the two were discussing, Lotus Sun suddenly noticed that her nails suddenly vibrated. She thought that she had delayed her lessons for too long and the teacher had come to urge her to do her homework. In the end, she found that she had been pulled into the Battle Sect core member working group. The person who had pulled him back was none other than Audjua. Audjua, welcome junior sister Lotus Sun. In the future, everyone would be a family. Hug, grenade-throwing senior immortal, welcome Miss Lotus Sun. Rose, Fang Xing, welcome. Crispy Noodles Dao Monarch, grinning, I also wanted to invite Miss Sun before, but because I'm busy with work, I always forget. Director Zhua is really considerate. Lotus Sun, thank you everyone. But if I join in like this, is it appropriate? Jean Deng said, this poor monk has long predicted that Miss Sun would join the group. Little Silver, where is Master? Why don't you come out and say something? Grenade-throwing senior immortal, Brother Ling is most likely spying on us. Of course, there's also a very small chance that he's embarrassed after seeing Miss Sunday, Loopy Toad, come on. Is the Lord still shy? He's like a block of wood. Can you imagine him hugging a pillow on the bed, as shy as a maggot, twisting and turning? When the people chatting in front of the screen saw this, they couldn't help letting out a hiss. The scene was too beautiful for them to imagine. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared, member Loopy Toad has been muted by Administrator Ling Jinren for 6 hours. Everyone laughed bitterly in their hearts. Sure enough, Ling Jinren was spying on them. Although Loopy Toad had been brutally punished, what he had said just now was indeed a little excessive. As a pet, how could it openly discuss its owner in the group? Sure enough, after successfully advancing to a divine beast, it had become a little arrogant. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, I chose to hold this meeting in the group this time to discuss the collection of materials for the new Heavenly Tao Magic Cube, as well as the possible revenge mechanism for the old Heavenly Tao Magic Cube. I've already discussed the collection of materials with Senior Jean Dang in private. I'll have to trouble Senior Jean Dang to pay more attention to this matter. Jean Dang nodded and typed, "This is a matter concerning all living beings in the world, this poor monk is duty-bound." Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, then, I'm going to initiate a one-button call to connect with Miss Ah Wan for an impromptu call with the members of our group. Miss Ah Wan, say hello to everyone. Na 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 na. Can you hear me? The familiar sound of the old Swona rang out, and everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. She hadn't explored the depths of the Milky Way last night for Wang Ying, but had indeed had an urgent matter to deal with. If she hadn't been helpless, Ah Wan would never have chosen to ask Battle Sect for help at this time. The Realm King of the Divine World also wanted face. Although the Divine World and its subordinate Divine Tao Star were currently in a cooperative relationship with Battle Sect, Miss Ah Wan wouldn't ask anyone else for help unless it was absolutely necessary. So what on earth happened? Asked Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal. It happened quite suddenly. Simply put, Divine Tao Star is currently a little out of control, said Miss Ah Wan. This was a huge headache for her, mainly because until now, she, the Realm King of the Divine World, still hadn't figured out what on earth had gone wrong to cause Divine Tao Star to go out of control. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal, what are the specific signs of it going out of control? In order to expand Divine Tao Star's territory, Star Lord of Divine Tao Star once absorbed other planets and forcibly merged them together. Miss Ah Wan said, it's like a big fish eating a small fish. After absorbing other planets, Divine Tao Star grew bigger and bigger, fusing with thousands of different universe creatures, and was ruled by the Divine Dragon Clan. Everyone knows what happened afterwards, we were punished by Ling Jinren. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal nodded. Everyone remembers this. But Miss Ah Wan is now the Realm King of the Divine World, and she is indeed fulfilling her duty very well by leading Divine Tao Star to develop and turn over a new leaf. She has begun to take responsibility for maintaining peace. This is also a kind of atonement. It was for this reason that I was elected. Miss Ah Wan sighed. Divine Tao Star used to swallow other planets at our behest, that's right. But now, without any instructions at all, Divine Tao Star has started to swallow other planets again. Furthermore, it's swallowing them much faster than before. When did it start to go out of control? Yesterday. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal sank into deep thought at these words. Because Mysterious C's upgrade had just happened to be completed yesterday. If his guess was right. The phenomenon of Divine Tao Star going out of control was probably closely related to the revenge of the Rubik's Cube. But now, here was the problem. If there was a connection between the two, Divine Tao Star's existence was actually very mysterious. This was clearly a subsidiary planet of the Divine World, but it actually had a connection to the Heavenly Tao. Divine Tao Star wasn't created by God, was it? At that moment, Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal raised his head and asked boldly, Miss Ah Wan, please tell me the truth. Miss Ah Wan was clearly silent. Then she replied, Divine Tao Star was actually given to Old God by Tao ancestor Wang back then as a token of love. Chapter 1380. Hearing this, everyone could not help but exclaim in their hearts. She actually gave him a planet as a token of love. Such a way of doing things was indeed in line with Tao ancestor Wang's style. Old God, are you referring to the previous World King of the God World? Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal asked at that moment. Yes. Miss Ah Wan nodded, she recalled many things over and over again, but the old God has already immortalized. After immortalizing, the God realm has been without a master for a long time. It was only recently that the will of the old God chose me. After that, I became the new God World King. So that's how it is. Everyone in Battle Sect nodded. Then wouldn't it also be a power transition mechanism? Sun Yinger interrupted. Sun Yinger couldn't be more familiar with this method, because it was the same in the Void. The old Void Master could pass on his power to the next generation. This method of inheritance was also known as the power transition mechanism. The advantage was that 100% of the power of the previous generation could be passed on to the next generation. However, there was also an obvious flaw, which was that the inheritance time was too long. Therefore, during this period of time, he had to lay low. If he died during the inheritance process, then the previous generation would have to find a new successor, and the power that had passed away would be wasted, unable to return to the original body. That's right. That's why my power is still slowly being inherited. The more power you inherit, the more wings you'll have on your back, Miss Ah Wan said. This was the main reason why she had tried so hard to please Wang Ling before. Before inheriting 100% of the old god's power, if Ah Wan could cling to Ling Jinren's thigh, he would be able to smoothly complete the inheritance ceremony. Although I've become the new realm king of the god realm, I still don't know why the old god chose me. At this moment, Ah Wan sighed and said, I'm still too young. Now that divine Dao star is out of control, there's nothing I can do. Grenade-throwing senior immortal basically understood the situation. It clearly wasn't Miss Ah Wan's fault that divine Dao star was out of control. After all, no one would have thought that after the unspeakable land was destroyed, the heavenly Dao magic cube would cause an imbalance in the power of chaos in the universe. Now that divine Dao star had begun to devour other planets uncontrollably, it was very likely that this was also the magic cube's revenge. Wang Ling quietly listened to the messages in the group. He already knew why divine Dao star had gone out of control. Since divine Dao star was connected to Dao ancestor Wang, and Dao ancestor Wang had gifted this planet to the old god of the divine world as a token of love, then it was very likely that there was a heavenly Dao magic cube hidden on divine Dao star. Wang Ling quickly sent this speculation to Grenade-throwing senior immortal in private. The two of them had the same thought. Grenade-throwing senior immortal, Brother Ling gave me his opinion in a private message just now. He thinks that there might be a heavenly Dao magic cube hidden on divine Dao star. Miss Ah Wan was startled. Ah yeah. Really? To prevent divine Dao star from going out of control, we have to find this heavenly Dao magic cube first and suppress its rampage. Grenade-throwing senior immortal said, but Brother Ling also said that it's very easy to take out the magic cube, but it's more troublesome to do it without destroying divine Dao star. The best way was to send people deep into divine Dao star to search. However, this matter has a certain degree of danger. At that moment, Odd Chua asked, then what does Shifu think? Crispy Noodles Dao Monarch replied, Lord Ling Zhu's plan is for Loopy Toad to go. It has already become a divine beast, so it'll be a good training experience. Little Silver, but I want to go too. Crispy Noodles Dao Monarch smiled. Loopy Toad still has half of the divine beast soul that it hasn't absorbed. Lord Ling Zhu wants you to go back to the land of origin during this period and absorb the remaining soul. That way, you'll also be able to enter the divine beast list. At that moment, Monk Jin Deng asked, since it's risky, why not let this poor monk go with you? Senior has the task of collecting the materials for the new magic cube, so you don't have to trouble yourself to look for it. But Brother Ling does want to find someone to team up with Brother Dog, so that they can look out for each other. Grenade-throwing senior immortal asked, then, is there anyone who would like to volunteer? I'm willing. At that moment, a voice that had been silent for a long time sounded. It was Lotus Sun in a voice as sweet as the echo of a clear spring. Miss Lotus Sun wants to go. Ah Wan was surprised. When Miss Ah Wan saved me before, she risked her life and put in a lot of effort. So, I'm willing to give it a try. Lotus Sun nodded and said, with Loopy Toad, and the upgraded Mysterious Sea, I'm very confident. On one hand, she wanted to repay Miss Ah Wan's favor. On the other hand, this would indeed be a rare training experience. Since Miss Lotus Sun has volunteered, our battle sect will definitely do our best to help. This is indeed a rare opportunity to gain experience. Grenade-throwing senior immortal said, but there's only 1 day left until number 60 high school resumes classes. How about this, Miss Sun can go look for it first. The deadline will be the day of resumption. If there's nothing before then, we'll swap someone else. How about that? This will also ensure Miss Sun's safety. I understand. I won't let you down, seniors. Lotus Sun's voice sounded particularly confident in the group call. It was true that she was currently the strongest Foundation establishment cultivator on Earth. But she also didn't want to be a Foundation establishment cultivator forever. Perhaps she would never catch up to Wang Ling in terms of realm strength. But Lotus Sun was willing to work hard to shorten the gap between them. A healthy relationship would never cause a person to become dispirited or even regress. Working hard to pursue and influence each other so that they could become more mature and better people than before was the right way to start a relationship. Pursuing Wang Ling was bound to be a long process. But she was willing to do it. Junior sister Lotus Sun, your line isn't right. At that moment, Chua's voice interrupted the girl's thoughts. Lotus Sun was puzzled. What's wrong? He. Normally, shouldn't you confess before you set off? For example. Chua smiled. He deliberately imitated a girl's voice and made it sound very soft as he did his best to imitate Lotus Sun's tone. Classmate Wang Ling. When I come back, I'll marry you. Lotus Sun, Senior Joie. This is a big group. Chua completely ignored her, and then imitated Wang Ling's voice again. Classmate Lotus Sun, will you marry me? Right after that, Lotus Sun's voice rang out. I will. What's going on? Everyone in the group was stupefied. Chua, this is a recording of Miss Sun agreeing to do the mission. I recorded it. Lotus Sun, grenade-throwing senior immortal, Brother Joie. I'm very curious, why haven't you been punished by Brother Ling? Chua, I know my Shifu too well. This is the time he eats crispy noodle snacks, and he doesn't look at the group. He left right after his private chat with Senior Immortal. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. It could only be said that Chua was indeed Ling Jinren's personal disciple. A man who could crazily test the waters on the verge of death and come out unscathed. He knew Wang Ling too well. Chua then became even bolder in the group. He continued to use Wang Ling's voice and the recording of Lotus Sun's, I will, to ruthlessly tease his junior sister. Then, classmate Lotus Sun, will you follow me in life, in sickness and in death? I will. Then, classmate Lotus Sun, will you bear my children in the future? I will. Lotus Sun covered her face and directly exited the call. It was too difficult for her. It was early in the morning, and her shadow had been ruined by him. What she had said in the group had actually been recorded, and then Senior Joie had ruined it. Sure enough, when a newcomer joined the group, there were traps everywhere. It looked like she had to be more careful what she said in the future. It wouldn't be good if she caused trouble for classmate Wang Ling. Chapter 1381. Teasing his junior sister and then observing Lotus Sun's reaction was indeed very interesting to Joie. Brother Joie, I think Brother Ling will most likely punish you. Grenade-throwing Senior Immortal smiled helplessly. He could only use one word to describe Joie's behavior, and that was that he was mentally deranged. Don't worry, I'm fine. Joie smiled like an old man. He estimated that it was about time, so he began to use his admin privileges to clear all the chat records in the group. He hadn't even made a backup copy of the group call, and hadn't left the slightest trace behind. Just then, Wang Ling returned to the group. When he saw that it was empty, it was obvious that the meeting had already ended. Bored to death, he left an ellipsis before slipping away again. Indeed, Joie hadn't been punished. He had calculated all the timings accurately. In front of the screen, all the core members of the war sect were dumbfounded. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. Lotus Sun didn't have much time left. Without further ado, she decided to set off with Miss Awan as soon as possible. Before leaving, Lotus Sun wrapped Mysterious Sea's sword chi around her body to prevent any accidents from happening. Her cautious reaction amused Awan. "Miss Sun, you don't have to be so nervous. Your body has been blessed by the monk. You won't have any problems even if you walk in space." Awan had already seen how powerful the monk's illumination spell was. Even if it couldn't compare to Wang Ling's enlightening spell, the girl's current physical strength was enough for her to move around in space. "Kaisama doesn't have to call me Miss Sun, just call me Rongrong like Ing, Alright. That would indeed be too formal. Then you can call me Awan." The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Then, one took out a dark blue Dharma dress. "Rongrong, change into this. It's just A+0 world-defying magic skirt. It's not worth much anyway." Wan said, "Although your body can withstand the pressure of space, your clothes can't. With this world-defying dress, it will be much more convenient." That's too expensive." Lotus Sun was slightly surprised. She was only at the foundation establishment stage, but she could actually use a world-defying magic artifact. Even his grandfather's ancestral rod didn't reach this standard. "Don't worry, you've helped me a lot this time," Wan said. "But it's not done yet." Lotus Sun was still a little embarrassed. "Take it, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me," Wan said with a smile. In fact, in her opinion, Lotus Sun volunteering to go was already half done. This was someone Ling Jinren was doing his utmost to protect. If she went, even if something went wrong in the end, could Ling Jinren just sit there and do nothing? As a young realm king of the immortal realm, one could see through all of this. Moreover, she was already a divine world king. She could still afford to take out these things. For upper-level cultivators. If a world-defying magic tool was not fused with the power of primal chaos, it would be no different from a toy. A world-defying artifact that had been infused with the power of chaos was the most valuable. As for the +0 that Awan mentioned, it was actually a standard for determining the power of chaos in world-defying artifacts. With 10% as the limit, for every 10% of the power of chaos a world-defying artifact possessed, its level would be +1. The higher the number, the more valuable the world-defying artifact would be. "Come, Rongrong, I'll help you change." Sun Yinger stared at the beautiful blue dress, her eyes sparkling like stars. She didn't need to change, because when Lotus Sun changed her clothes, her own clothes would also change. But this change was limited to the style, and the main color was still black, white, and gray. This was the suffering of being a shadow. The photos taken were like portraits of the deceased, thus, learning to find joy in hardship was also a necessary lesson for a qualified shadow. This wasn't a long dress, and the hem only reached above her knees. When Lotus Sun changed into the dress, she faced the fixed mirror in front of her, which perfectly displayed her slender, white legs. "Leg lovers are so lucky," Sun Yinger exclaimed on the side. When she helped Lotus Sun pull up the zipper on the back of the dress, Sun Yinger laughed evilly and sneaked up on Lotus Sun's chest. "What are you doing, Rongrong?" Lotus Sun was a little embarrassed from being touched. "Not bad, Rongrong. They don't look big, but they actually feel very good." Sun Yinger still hadn't had enough, and chuckled. "I'm helping you get used to it in advance." "Get used to what? You're talking nonsense again," Lotus Sun said angrily and bashfully. But very quickly, her emotions gradually calmed down. Although Sun Yinger hadn't been by her side for long, she had already completely understood her lively and mischievous personality. It was a completely different style from hers. She couldn't punish Sun Yinger's behavior, but as her master, she still had ways to deal with her. After changing into the dress, she spun around in front of the mirror and pretended to say carelessly, Can't you be a little more dignified like me? If you're so mischievous, Director Shadow might find someone else." When she said this, Sun Yinger's face didn't show much of a reaction. That. I'll find whoever I want. I don't care. That was what Sun Yinger said, but in fact, she was panicking inside. She didn't know why she felt so uncomfortable after hearing this, as if there was a mouthful of blood in her chest that she couldn't vent for a while. Sun Yinger felt that she had become a little abnormal. That guy had clearly done so many outrageous things to her, but when she thought about what if that guy really didn't pay attention to her in the future, she actually felt a sense of loss. Then, Sun Yinger shut down at the speed of light. She turned back into a black shadow and curled up into a ball under Lotus Sun's body. Lotus Sun felt that Sun Yinger was really quite interesting. She was actually so easily frightened, which showed that she was still too naive. No wonder Wang Ying liked to bully her so much. Then, Wan, let's go. Having made sufficient preparations, Lotus Sun held Mysterious Sea tightly. The Heavenly Tao magic cube had the ability to sense each other, so Lotus Sun didn't think it would be difficult to find the cube. With a Heavenly Tao magic cube fused into Mysterious Sea's body, the sword chi it formed was actually a pure natural radar. Let's go now. Wan nodded. What about Loopy Toad? It told me that Lord Ma will directly teleport it over. We'll meet outside the main city area of the Divine World. After Wan said this, Lotus Sun saw a glowing feather float down from her room. Then, a magic ring of transmission appeared on the carpet in the bedroom. Let's go, Wan said. At that moment, Lotus Sun noticed that Wan's appearance seemed to have changed. Why did you disguise yourself? I'm the World King of the Divine World. Who on Divine Tao Star doesn't know me? Those people have to kowtow 3 times when they see me. If I directly go over as the World King, I won't be able to stand kowtowing all the way. Besides, being too high profile isn't good for the operation. Wan said. Chapter 1382. Because she had to hide her identity as the World King of the Divine World, Wan couldn't directly teleport in. She took Lotus Sun on a road that led to the main city district. This road was very wide, but uneven. There were mountain ranges along the way, and Divine Tao Star's 100-meter-tall ancient tree stood tall, its branches blotting out the sky and the sun, giving it a primordial air. Wan summoned 2 huge rabbits as mounts, and they galloped along the road. The rabbits were extremely fast, but they didn't feel the slightest jolt when they sat on them. These were 2 old mounts which Wan had carefully cultivated. The 2 rabbit ears on top of their heads gently supported their buttocks as they moved, so that there was almost no impact when they landed. AI. That's great. Sun Yinger sighed at that moment. She had clearly been autistic before they set off. But it looked like she was very good at adjusting her mood. What's great? Asked Lotus Sunday. This rabbit can actually touch Rongrong's butt directly. I'm jealous. Sun Yinger said, Rongrong, imagine if it wasn't a rabbit's ears under you, but Ling Zhenren's. Shut up. At that moment, a number of figures appeared in front of them. Lotus Sun saw a number of lizard guards passing by. These were the ordinary patrol guards on Divine Tao Star. When they saw Wan's rabbit, these guards consciously moved to the side. After Divine Tao Star went out of control, the Divine Dragon clan had organized a large number of guards. They were responsible for organizing the extraterrestrial creatures that had been accidentally swallowed by Divine Tao Star. For the time being, they were gathered somewhere and settled down. Previously, Divine Tao Star swallowed too many extraterrestrial planets, resulting in all kinds of completely different extraterrestrial creatures and civilizations on Divine Tao Star. Now that Divine Tao Star has finally returned to normal, who would have thought that it would go out of control again? Wan sighed, and then she told Lotus Sunday. This rabbit was a special mount for aristocrats on Divine Tao Star, and the Divine Dragon clan had to give way when they saw it. So Wan, you're an aristocrat now. Lotus Sun sat steadily on the rabbit and smiled. Hey. A disguise is a disguise, but I can't disguise myself too outrageously. It won't be easy if I pretend to be a poor person. If I run into trouble, I'll have to expose my identity as a world king. Won't that be even more troublesome? Ah, Wan stroked the rabbit's fur. It's much more convenient with the divine rabbit around. They will only appear in 2 places in God's domain. Which 2 places? Under the buttocks of the nobles, and in the dining hall. Ah, Wan said, the spicy rabbit head is very delicious. Restaurant. Lotus Sun said. She felt that these rabbits were so pitiful. They are all divine rabbits who made mistakes or died of old age. They actually wish that they could be eaten. Ah, Wan smiled and said, being eaten by the gods can allow them to enter reincarnation in advance. In front of the main city, Lotus Sun saw that emerald green figure in the distance. Loopy Toad had already been waiting there for a long time. Lord Ma's teleportation was so precise that Loopy Toad didn't have to take many detours. It had arrived roughly 15 minutes before Lotus Sun arrived. Lotus Sun, you came so quickly, Loopy Toad. Loopy Toad jumped up and climbed onto the divine rabbit's back. Lotus Sun hugged Loopy Toad and couldn't help rubbing its face. You guys are too slow. So why didn't you ask Lord Ma to send you here? Loopy Toad asked. One took me to see a lot of divine Dao star scenery along the way, and I feel that this place is a little like the primeval times described in books, Lotus Sun replied. Of course, it could also be that the author wanted to reduce the number of words. Loopy Toad was enlightened. The main city isn't like it, it's quite modern. You've been here before. You've never eaten pork, but you've seen pigs run. Little Master Ling came here with Miss Bai Qiao and the others before, and Miss Bai Qiao integrated the scenery of Divine Dao Star into her cultivation simulator, Loopy Toad said. Speaking of cultivation simulator, Loopy Toad heard that Bai Qiao was about to start an open beta without deleting files, which would definitely be a hit. It remembered that Wang Ling had previously set up a character called Qin Zong. After the official open beta, this Qin Zong would appear as an NPC as an Easter egg in the game. After following Ah Wan into the main city, Lotus Sun saw a place where members of the Divine Dragon clan would receive and stay. It looked very much like a black driver who had arrived at some city station and asked outsiders if they wanted to take a taxi. But these members of the Divine Dragon clan didn't disturb Lotus Sun and the others. The Divine Rabbit was a symbol of aristocracy, and the aristocrats in the main city were either rich or respectable. They were very tactful and knew that they couldn't afford to provoke them. Rumble. There was a rumble up ahead, and even the ground was shaking. A team of black armor guards riding several meters long ancient lizards passed by, as if they were on urgent business. Everyone, get out of the way. These ancient lizards were huge and fierce, but they moved extremely fast as they swiftly led the team of black armor guards forward. Hey, it looks like something big is happening up ahead. Ah Wan frowned. The black armor guards in the heart of the city wouldn't be mobilized easily. These were all very powerful members of the Divine Dragon clan. Once they gathered together, it meant that something big had happened that ordinary guards couldn't handle. I can feel a resonance, Lotus Sun said at that moment. From the moment they entered the heart of the city, she had sensed Mysterious Sea trembling slightly. There's already a resonance. Ah Wan was surprised. Lotus Sun nodded. She spread out Mysterious Sea's sword Qi and had the Divine Rabbit under her lead the way in the direction of the resonance. In the process, Lotus Sun realized that they were actually following the team of black armor guards who were rushing through the market in a tyrannical manner. When they reached the place where the resonance was the strongest, the black armor stopped, and so did the Divine Rabbit behind them. The 3 women were astonished by the scene in front of them. There was actually a huge sinkhole in front of the Divine Palace in the heart of the city. It had a radius of over 100 zhang. Something's wrong with this sinkhole. Loopy Toad instinctively sensed the danger of this sinkhole. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Heavenly Dao Magic Cube, Lotus Sun said with certainty. She could sense that the sword Qi she had emitted from Mysterious Sea was being sucked into this sinkhole in front of them. What's going on with this sinkhole? Miss Ah Wan asked one of the black armor guards. The black armor guard was a little impatient at first, but when he saw the Divine Rabbit Ah Wan was sitting on, he answered honestly, it suddenly sank in, and the number of casualties is still unknown. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and it was clear that he didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him. Wan nodded. I order you to organize people at once. Seal off the surrounding area and evacuate the area as soon as possible. Leave this to us. She then turned her gaze to the sinkhole in front of her. This sinkhole was very dangerous, and gave off an extremely terrifying aura of nomological laws. The Heavenly Tao magic cube was in this sinkhole. The cause of its formation was unknown. But the only thing they could do now was to go down and find out for themselves. Rongrong, are you ready? Wan asked at that moment. No problem. Lotus Sun perked up. Jump. Wan then gave the order. The divine rabbit they were sitting on didn't hesitate in the slightest as it directly jumped into the sinkhole. K, Captain. They really jumped. I'm not seeing things, right? And that human girl looks like she's only at the foundation establishment stage. How dare she jump? Watching helplessly as Lotus Sun jumped in, one of the black armor guards was stupefied. At that moment, the captain of the black armor guards frowned and said, "Stop looking. Everyone, organize people and evacuate according to that lord's orders. But they're just nobles, they don't seem to have the right to interfere with our actions, stupid. Didn't you hear that curly-haired girl's NNI just now?" The captain of the black armor asked in return, "How many old Swona players like her are there on our divine Tao star?" So it's His Majesty World King. Realization dawned on all the black armor guards at that moment. But they still couldn't figure out why World King would bring a foundation establishment girl with him. What was the use of a foundation establishment cultivator? Coming here was courting death. Chapter 1383. The sinkhole was very deep, and Lotus Sun used her sword chi to probe it. The vertical distance from here to the deepest part of the sinkhole was at least 20,000 meters. As she fell, she saw a few divine dragon clansmen clinging onto the protruding rock wall, lying on the steep rock wall. These were the people who had fallen in the sinkhole the moment it had formed. And they were lucky. They had grabbed the protruding rock wall and survived. There were probably even more people who had fallen directly into the ground. Mysterious Sea. Lotus Sun couldn't bear it and called out to him. She used Mysterious Sea's sword chi to form a gentle stream of sword chi to send the despairing members of the divine dragon clan she had seen lying on the rock wall back to the ground. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of people who have fallen directly to their deaths. Loopy Toad sensed it roughly. In such a large and deep sinkhole, there were countless souls drifting nearby. It could clearly sense them. As a professional who relied on devouring souls all year round to strengthen himself, almost no one except Wang Ling could compare to him in terms of sensing souls. I'll deal with these divine dragon clan members who died in vain later. Don't worry, Rongrong. Wan sighed. This was an undeserved calamity, and no one wanted to see this result. Will they be resurrected? They can choose according to their own wishes, Wan said. Reincarnation and resurrection are both paths. But I think most of the divine dragon clan members who die accidentally will choose to reincarnate. Those who can live here in the heart of the city should all be nobles, right? That's a matter of culture and belief. The divine dragon clan has always believed that after reincarnation, their lives will be better, Wan replied. After another 2 minutes or so, Lotus Sun suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Wan, I've already measured the depth of this sinkhole with my sword chi. Logically speaking, we're already close to the ground, so why are we still falling? Something was wrong. Wan also thought it was strange. The string of beads on her wrist was glowing. These were beads polished from the godly bones of an old god, and each was crystal clear and exuded a powerful divinity. She separated one of them from the string and then shot it deep into the ground. Powerful godly power poured down like a spirit sea, illuminating the abyss below with an unstoppable force. It was accompanied by countless glittering divine feathers that drifted down. Lotus Sun felt that their falling speed had suddenly slowed down a lot. There was a force entrenched under the divine rabbit's feet, gently lifting all of them up. This was a divine cloud formed from the old divine sense beads. What's going on? Lotus Sun was puzzled. Haven't you noticed yet? We've already entered the domain of the magic cube. In other words, we're currently in the heavenly Tao magic cube, Loopy Toad said patiently in a calm tone. After all, considering that it was the girl's first time on a mission, it was normal for her to lack experience when faced with all kinds of unexpected situations. When cultivating, one must not be ashamed to ask for help. It was the same with learning. However, if one felt that the author's writing was too short, it was useless to urge the author to update, because it might really be too short. Loopy Toad's reminder was like a wake-up call. Lotus Sun grasped the mysterious sea and used it to sense the heavenly Tao magic cube once more. However, she discovered that the mysterious sea's sword chi was no longer descending like it had been at the beginning, but was instead spreading out in all directions. This happened to confirm Loopy Toad's words. They were in the heavenly Tao magic cube. Everyone stood on the divine cloud and gazed at their surroundings. It was pitch black all around them, and the only source of light was the glowing godly feather drifting down. The godly feather was now an excellent source of illumination. Good thing I have a lot of wings. Wang was actually a little proud of this scene. Lotus Sun and Loopy Toad, I remember the monk telling me that when they destroyed the unspeakable, the heavenly Tao magic cube was a very small piece. It would have been effortless to recover it. What's going on now? But Wang was also puzzled by the scene in front of them. At that time, the heavenly Tao magic cube wasn't missing, and there were still 9 complete pieces that kept each other in check, so it naturally didn't go berserk. But now that there are no checks and balances, the rest of the cubes could go berserk at any time. Loopy Toad guessed, if I'm right, this is the heavenly Tao's secret room that little Master Ling was talking about. Ling Jinren said that. Before I came here, he gave me some basic knowledge about the heavenly Tao magic cube. After all, young Master Ling had to understand the structure of the heavenly Tao Rubik's cube in order to recreate it. Now that we have been swallowed by the magic cube, it is the same as being trapped in a chamber. Loopy Toad said, the heavenly Tao magic cube has a total of 26 secret rooms, which are connected in series, but only one of them has a real exit. Young Master Ling told me all of this. After all, this was the first time a new member was participating in this mission. Before he left, he gave Loopy Toad all his research notes on the Rubik's Cube in a simple and crude manner. Loopy Toad didn't dare slack off, and memorized everything it saw. It was as grenade-throwing Senior Immortal had said. This mission was indeed risky. As for understanding the Rubik's Cube, it was also to ensure that the mission would be foolproof. In addition, in the research notes, other than information about the Heaven's Tesseract, there was also a request from Wang Ling. Although his little Master Ling didn't speak often, it was indeed the first time that he had written so many things to take note of for this mission. Loopy Toad tilted its head slightly and gazed at the girl's face in the light of the divine feather as she hugged it tightly. Lotus Sun was nervous. Loopy Toad could clearly sense it. And the start of the mission was indeed not in their favor. But since it already fully understood the structure of the Rubik's Cube, Loopy Toad was confident that it would be able to smoothly escape from the Heavenly Tao Magic Cube's secret room and retrieve the second Rubik's Cube. There are 3 elements needed to escape a secret room: the door, the clue, and the key. Loopy Toad said concisely, since Divine Tao Star is a token of love that Tao ancestor Wang gave to Old God, the elements of the secret room must also be related to their story. This is the abyss. What does the abyss represent? The abyss usually indicates danger. Does that mean that the relationship between Tao ancestor Wang and Old God is very difficult? Lotus Sun guessed. Not necessarily. Sun Yinger shook her head. It could also be referring to Old God's giant abyss mouth. Giant abyss mouth? Lotus Sun was startled. Soon after, she seemed to have thought of something embarrassing, and 2 clouds of steam formed into a long dragon and spurted out from her ears. Hey, is she always like this? Ah Wan's face twitched. What the hell kind of nonsense was that? Lotus Sun dropped her forehead into her hand. Ah Wan, I've embarrassed myself. Ah Wan, hey. As expected of Rongrong's shadow, you're the complete opposite of you. Lotus Sun was also helpless against Sun Yinger's flirtatious behavior. But it had to be said that Sun Yinger's words had actually given her a hint. Since they wanted to crack the secret room, the most important thing was to find the door. But now, they couldn't see the door, so maybe the door was hidden. I know. Thinking this, Lotus Sun straightaway pulled out Mysterious Sea. She gripped the hilt and abruptly threw it down into the bottomless abyss below. At that moment, Mysterious Sea turned into a spear-like existence, its body glowing faintly and intimidatingly powerful. Then, everyone heard a crack at the bottom of the abyss, which sounded like glass shattering. There was a hidden restrictive barrier that Mysterious Sea had pierced through. Chapter 1384. Reincarnation Ghost hits the wall. I see. Ah Wan instantly understood. It wasn't that this abyss was a bottomless pit. It was because of the reincarnation ghost hits the wall restriction below, which forced them to fall in a certain direction and then start falling again, creating a kind of perpetual motion. After realizing this, Lotus Sun immediately took out her sword to break the restriction, thus freeing the hidden entrance. Mysterious Sea's sword was fused with a heavenly Tao magic cube. With the power of resonance, Mysterious Sea was the best weapon to break the restriction. Let's go. Ah Wan gave the order on God Cloud. The two divine rabbits led everyone into the passageway leading to the second secret room. In the instant that the person jumped in, the entrance immediately closed, and it was sealed almost instantaneously. When they came back to their senses, Lotus Sun and the others had appeared in a cave. Rongrong, we did it. Sun Yinger was excited. That's not enough. Just knowing how to get through the secret rooms isn't enough. Lotus Sun frowned and analyzed. If it's really as Loopy Toad said, and the 26 secret rooms are interconnected, then as long as we don't know which secret room the real exit is, it's useless even if we crack all the mechanisms. That's true. Loopy Toad nodded. If we don't know which secret room the real exit is, we'll just be wasting our time going all the way. I think the clue to the exit must have something to do with the story of Tao ancestor Wang and Old God. As she spoke, she began to size up the second secret room. It was a very wide cave, but one could see the end of it at a glance. 3 lamps hung on the stone wall near the cave. This is the eternal fire of the divine world. Old God made the wick from his divine feathers, and it can burn for thousands of years. Even if it's accidentally extinguished, it can automatically reignite in 3 seconds. Ah Wan immediately recognized the origin of the wall lamps. The structure of the cave wasn't complicated. There were 3 scrolls hanging on the stone wall. The scrolls glowed as if they were suspended in midair, flowing with a mysterious power. These 3 women represented 3 different ages. The first scroll depicted a child who looked to be about 6 years old. She was wearing a red dress and a pair of black leather shoes. Her face was filled with childishness, and when she smiled, her deep dimples made her look extremely cute. The second painting was of a young girl in the prime of her life. She wore a long red dress, and her skin was fair. Her eyes were clear, and she gave off the feeling of first love. The third painting was of a benevolent-looking old granny. She was sitting in a rocking chair with a wine-red blanket draped over her body. The painting showed a sense of déjà vu from the passage of time. The 3 scrolls appeared side by side, emitting an enormous pressure. Who is the woman in the painting? Lotus Sun asked curiously. I can't be wrong. This was an old god. It's the old god's 3 ages. Ah Wan looked at the painting in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. She was sure that she wasn't mistaken. The 3 paintings were indeed drawn by Lao Shen. Her dimples were the best proof. Sai old divinity is actually so beautiful. To Lotus Sun's surprise, Ah Wan actually sighed. Her strength had clearly been bestowed upon her by the old god, but this reaction was like seeing her for the first time. Is this your first time? Lotus Sun asked curiously. Yes. Only a handful of people have seen the old god in her old age. Wan said, the old god I saw was already a skeleton. She had already transcended her physical body and turned into an ancient god. Is that what pink skeletons mean? Loopy Toad laughed in its heart. It looked at the 3 paintings in the cave and said, these 3 paintings were all hand-painted. I'm afraid that Tao Ancestor Wang is the only one who can see the old god's 3 ages, right? Then, did Tao Ancestor Wang get to know the old god when she was very young? F***K. So Tao Ancestor Wang is a bronze refining warlock. Sun Yinger turned pale with fright. Don't talk nonsense. You're looking at it the other way around. Actually, according to age, it should be from right to left. The old god's first appearance was that old granny's portrait. Wan said, the reason why the old god is called the old god is because she was very old in the beginning. She regained her youth, which is the opposite. The younger she is, the older she is. When I saw the old god, she was an ancient god the size of a baby. That is to say, Tao Ancestor Wang doesn't care whether the old god is beautiful enough or not, right? Lotus Sun was extremely envious. This kind of love that didn't pay attention to appearance but traced back to the soul was something that everyone looked forward to. Emotions were something that could transcend time. Even if they were at different times, as long as you missed them enough. There would come a day when these emotions could be transmitted to the person you liked. The old god has accompanied Tao Ancestor Wang for his entire life, but Tao Ancestor Wang's lifespan is too long. In addition to that, he has the physique of rejuvenation. This makes it impossible for the old god to continue accompanying Tao Ancestor Wang. Wan sighed. She felt that the topic was getting heavy. Tao Ancestor Wang must have another way, right? Lotus Sun asked. Perhaps. But choosing to leave was in fact the old god's own choice. As a newly appointed world king of the god world, Wan actually didn't know much about emotions. The old god had only passed on her power, but hadn't passed on her love history. What Wan knew now was what she had heard from the other gods. If she hadn't personally experienced the Heavenly Tao Magic Cube's secret room, Wan probably wouldn't have been able to experience it until now. The deep emotional bond between the old god and Tao Ancestor Wang. These 3 paintings are all Tao Ancestor Wang's work, right? I feel like there's a lot of energy in them. Lotus Sun frowned. At that moment, Loopy Toad couldn't help but laugh in its heart. Perhaps Tao Ancestor Wang had indeed put a lot of effort into these 3 paintings. But when it came to energy, Loopy Toad was a little unconvinced. Even though its little masterling had casually written a test paper, the energy seeped out from the words on it was very strong. It was just that ordinary cultivators' realms were too low and couldn't sense it. As for the astonishing energy in the 3 paintings in front of Loopy Toad, Tao Ancestor Wang had probably deliberately exposed them. It was like a pledge of love. Tao Ancestor Wang was using these 3 paintings to tell everyone about the strong feelings between him and the old god. I know how to pass this round. At that moment, Lotus Sun was struck by inspiration again. 3 eternal lamps, 3 paintings of Tao Ancestor Wang. This was actually already a hint at the password to pass this round. Wan, go to the other 2 lamps. Lotus Sun took the initiative to go to the rightmost lamp facing the old grandma's painting. She then said, after I blow it out, blow the second lamp, and Wan, blow the first lamp. The sequence of rejuvenation. Got it. Wan nodded. Because the wicks of the eternal lamps could be reignited, it was extremely difficult for one person to do this alone. As everyone knew. Like a game like Escape Room. This was a multiplayer sport. Funny, not only could it hone the teamwork between teams. At the same time, it also proved that Kushwan indeed didn't have a draft. Chapter 1385. She used the sequence of the 3 paintings to extinguish the flames of the eternal lamps, thereby unlocking the passage to the next secret room. The girl's cleverness was once again exemplified in cracking the mechanism. Sometimes, the level of one's realm had nothing to do with IQ. Fools with high cultivation levels also existed in the cultivation world. They were only particularly talented in cultivation, that's all. When the 3 eternal lamps were pressed at the same time, the mechanism leading to the next secret room was triggered. The 3 paintings in front of him glowed faintly in the dark cave and turned into 3 entrances. It looks like we'll have to split up. According to the normal script, we'll find a rendezvous point later. Loopy Toad said, I'll go to the middle entrance. Everyone, please be careful and pay extra attention. Everything you see after this might not be real. Is there an illusion? Lotus Sun asked. Definitely, Loopy Toad said. So the best question is to ask questions. If you know something more private, it might be the real one. Got it. Lotus Sun and Awan nodded. Before they set off, one temporarily put the divine rabbit back into his inner world. They had a clear division of labor, and then each entered the paintings in front of them. This was truly a solo mission. Without Loopy Toad and Awan's guidance, Lotus Sun didn't know if she could do it. But with Ing, and Mysterious Sea around, she felt a little more at ease. The 3rd secret room was very different from the abyss and cave in front. It was a very bright place. A mirror maze? Lotus Sun found herself trapped at the entrance to a mirror maze. She couldn't turn back after passing through a secret room. She turned around, and sure enough, the entrance to the paintings had already disappeared. I wonder what kind of secret room Loopy Toad and Awan encountered. Lotus Sun frowned, then summoned her courage and walked forward. She tried to use Mysterious Sea's sword chi to cover the entire mirror maze and find the most suitable route. In the end, perhaps because of the resonance with the Heavenly Tao magic cube, Mysterious Sea's sword chi was particularly scattered here. Thus, her plan to use sword chi to break through the maze failed. Lotus Sun used Mysterious Sea to make marks on the ground. After walking around a few times, she found that she had actually returned to the starting point. That wasn't all. Lotus Sun tried to use Mysterious Sea to break the mirror. When the mirror broke, a ray of light would come out and bring her back to the entrance. It's useless to walk aimlessly, Rong Rong. Sun Yinger said. Yes, I know. Lotus Sun nodded. But what does this mirror maze mean? The abyss and caves that they had passed through earlier were all related to the story of Tao ancestor Wang and the old god. Lotus Sun was completely clueless about the mirror maze in front of her. Perhaps if Miss Awan was here, she might be able to connect the dots. But Awan wasn't by her side right now, so she couldn't listen to old God's story through him. All girls have their own mirror, right? Maybe there are so many mirrors related to the old god. Sun Yinger said. This gave Lotus Sun another hint. She took the initiative to walk over to a mirror and began to stare at herself in the mirror. Sun Yinger exclaimed, Rong Rong is so beautiful. Also, I think Ling Jinren will like Rong Rong even without makeup. What does this have to do with classmate Wang Ling? You're spouting nonsense again. Lotus Sun said helplessly. But when she looked at the mirror, she did indeed notice something very strange. Also, I actually didn't put on makeup today. But look at this mirror, doesn't it have a built-in beautifying effect? A built-in beautifying effect? Sun Yinger was blank. She looked carefully at the mirror and found that it was indeed the case. Whitening the skin wasn't a big deal. In the mirror, even the shape of her face was starting to sharpen. Then, she took another step forward. She switched to another mirror and found that this one's beautifying effect was even more ridiculous than before, I think. I know how to get through this. Lotus Sun was enlightened. All the mirrors in this mirror maze had different beautifying effects, mainly on the whitening of the skin and the chin. The sharper the chin, the deeper they were in the maze, which also meant that there was only one correct path. After repeated comparisons, Lotus Sun finally followed the clues and found the last mirror. Rong Rong, your chin is about to become an awl, you can use it to chisel ice. Sun Yinger stared at Lotus Sun's beautiful face in the mirror and couldn't help laughing. This should be the exit of the maze. Lotus Sun took a deep breath. If she wasn't wrong, as long as she broke this mirror, she would be able to get out. Ha! With great effort, Lotus Sun pulled out Mysterious Sea and cut this excessively beautifying mirror in two. This time, when the mirror broke, there was no light to send her back to the entrance. In front of Lotus Sun was a set of dilapidated stone steps that led to an ancient temple. On both sides of the path was lush ancient trees, their thick trunks intersecting with each other on the ground. There was actually another world behind this mirror. It was an unknown ancient jungle. Lotus Sun was a little hesitant at first. But when she thought that Loopy Toad and Awan might have already left the secret room, she summoned up her courage and continued forward. If nothing unexpected happened, they might meet again in this ancient jungle. The dilapidated stone steps under her feet led to the top of the mountain. They were engraved with intricate ancient runes, which gave off a natural oppressive aura. Although the girl was only at the foundation establishment stage, she had Mysterious Sea's sword chi to protect her, so it was effortless for her to walk. Halfway up the mountain, Lotus Sun saw a familiar figure scurrying out of a small path in front of her. Loopy Toad. Lotus Sun waved in greeting from afar. However, Loopy Toad's gaze was especially vigilant. It hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at the girl with hostility in its eyes. Lotus Sun immediately recalled what Loopy Toad had said earlier. After they separated, they might see illusions. To avoid being misled, they needed to ask each other questions to verify their identities. Let's ask each other questions. Lotus Sun said. Okay. Loopy Toad nodded and accepted the suggestion. What's your favorite food? Lotus Sun asked first. Fly. Big meat fly. Loopy Toad's answer was very decisive and without hesitation. Then it said, then, it's my turn. Before it asked the question, Loopy Toad didn't forget to glare at Sun Yinger. Girls on the side, don't interrupt. After she answers, I'm going to test you. Little. Sun Yinger stuck out her tongue. Loopy Toad took a deep breath and smiled evilly at Lotus Sun as it asked, tell me. Who do you like the most? Lotus Sun's face instantly turned red. Don't use relatives to fool me. Loopy Toad's expression was very serious. It has to be a human. And it has to be a man. Hurry up and tell me. Lotus Sun, as it asked the question, it laughed sinisterly in its heart. Ha, how could this king not know you're the real Lotus Sun? You could actually tell who the real one was just by smelling it. But wouldn't it be a pity not to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to tease her? Chapter 1386. She hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say anything in the end. Her face was already red, and she felt like a steaming duck. I like Grandpa the most. Unfortunately, Loopy Toad didn't admit it. Ha! I said, don't use relatives to brush me off. The aura unique to a divine beast spread out, and the dense spirit power mixed with the power of chaos instantly shook the ground under its feet. Sometimes, without external pressure, people would not be able to face up to their own hearts. Seeing that Loopy Toad was really going to make a move, she became even more anxious. The girl stamped her feet anxiously. She didn't want to fight Loopy Toad, so she could only tell the truth. She almost shouted, classmate Wang Ling is my favorite. In a flash, Loopy Toad withdrew the aura it had released. Very good. It nodded in satisfaction, then put away the phone hidden in its dog mouth and pressed the stop recording button. Loopy Toad, you. Realizing that what she had said just now had been secretly recorded, Lotus Sun was frantic. Don't worry, Miss Sun, this king has integrity and won't send it to anyone else. Loopy Toad promised in front of her. Swear. Lotus Sun said anxiously with a red face. I swear. If this king dares to say anything about what happened today, I won't be a human for the rest of my life. Loopy Toad said. At first, this curse did sound vicious enough, but after thinking about it carefully, the girl instantly felt that she was at a disadvantage. But you're not a human to begin with. But this king also has a human form. Think about it, if I don't have a human form for the rest of my life, how bad would that be? Loopy Toad sighed. If I can't transform into a human form, I won't be able to smoothly fall in love with a big sister in the human world, run out at night to exercise, and then have a son and a daughter. This is tantamount to making an oath to end my family line. Isn't that vicious? Alright then, Lotus Sun was stupefied by these words. Analyzing it this way, Loopy Toad's curse was indeed vicious enough. But she still felt that it sounded a little strange. Sun Yinger knew that she had been tricked. Her Rongrong was still too young. In order not to be tricked, Sun Yinger hurriedly spoke to Loopy Toad telepathically, "Don't ask me questions that are too much. A more normal question. When we get back, I'll go to the demon realm and get you 20 sacks of meat flies." Loopy Toad raised its eyebrows at these words, and it nodded slightly to agree to the terms of the deal. "Miss over there, please briefly describe your current situation," Loopy Toad looked at Sun Yinger and asked. This question made Sun Yinger burst into tears. It was just a brief summary of his current situation. She felt that she had a lot to say. But in the end, all that was left was a single sentence. Her eyes were filled with tears and her voice sounded like she was about to cry. A teardrop unconsciously fell from the corner of her eye. "I'm a tough woman in the day, but it's hard to be a man at night." Lotus Sun and Loopy Toad, after verifying their identities, Lotus Sun and Loopy Toad went up the mountain together. Hidden in the dense forest ahead, an ancient temple gradually emerged. These bricks were made of the same material as the Divine Palace on Divine Dao Star, but they were clearly very old and had the faint aura of nomological laws flowing over them. The door of the temple was ajar. There were cracks on the door, as if it had been hit by something fierce. The whole temple was covered in cobwebs and dust. It was obvious that it had been abandoned for many years and no one cared about it. Where on earth did Awan go? I looked around on the way here, and there's no other entrance except for a small path halfway up the mountain. Maybe she's still waiting for us in the back secret room. Loopy Toad said, "She's the world king of the divine world, so it's unlikely that anything would happen to her. Furthermore, it's obvious that this Heavenly Dao secret room was the work of Old God. She used the Heavenly Dao magic cube to transform the original secret room inside the cube into her own secret room to record her and Dao ancestor Wang's past. There were all sorts of ways for couples to record their feelings. Using a diary to record their feelings, keeping all the photos and gifts they gave each other, writing their wishes on an old tree and tying a red rope together, and so on. This was the first time that a secret room had been modified to record their feelings. Mysterious Sea, please scan this place." Lotus Sun injected spirit energy into it, and Mysterious Sea in her hand immediately emitted a deep blue spirit light with her as the center. This spirit light turned into ripples that spread out from under Lotus Sun's feet, and in an instant, all the dust in the temple was washed away. In the blink of an eye, the temple, which had been covered in dust, was as clean as new. It actually has this kind of effect. Loopy Toad marveled in its heart. Isn't this a little overkill? Lotus Sun was a little embarrassed. No. Miss Sun is indeed a talent. She was actually able to turn a spirit sword into a wife. It looks like she'll be a good wife and mother in the future, Loopy Toad praised. Loopy Toad. I realized that after you became a divine beast, you're a little arrogant. Lotus Sun crouched down and rubbed Loopy Toad's face angrily. Can't you drink like before and be a little cuter? This king is a divine beast now, and a divine beast should have a divine beast subchild. Loopy Toad retorted. Quick, look here. At that moment, Sun Yinger on the side made a new discovery. She saw 2 palm prints at the location of the ancient temple. This is... Staring at the palm prints, Lotus Sun was very puzzled and didn't understand why they had been formed. Sun Yinger, on the other hand, had a very experienced look on her face. Judging from the width of the palm prints, it should be a man's. He's probably very tall, and the knuckles are very thin, which proves that he has a very low fat content. He should be someone with an excellent figure. He's a handsome guy. How do you know so much? Lotus Sun was astonished. Damn! This old lady has been wall-stomped by Wang Ying so many times that I'm now wall-stomping experience. One look and you can tell that these palm prints were left by a wall-stomping, and there's a high chance that Tao ancestor Wang left them when he was wall-stomping old god. Sun Yinger analyzed forcefully. As expected, this temple is related to old god and Tao ancestor Wang. Maybe Tao ancestor Wang confessed to old god here back then. But just knowing this information isn't enough, said Lotus Sunday. Don't tell me I have to be wall-stomped before I can pass. Sun Yinger rubbed her chin, and then her eyes lit up as she stared at Lotus Sun and smiled maliciously. Rong Rong. Please cooperate with me. What are you doing? Wall-stomping you, of course. Don't worry, I've been wall-stomped so many times, I'm very experienced. Sun Yinger chuckled. Saying that, she grabbed Lotus Sun's wrist, raised it above her head, and slammed it into the wall. But for some reason, after Sun Yinger finished this action, she felt a chill run down her spine. That wasn't right? Why was Wang Ying's aura here? Sun Yinger instantly panicked a little. Chapter 1387. Wang Ying's aura was very strong, and Loopy Toad instantly broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, Wang Ying was the third line of protection in this operation. He had specially made this arrangement to ensure that nothing would go wrong in this operation. After receiving the order, Wang Ying merged with Loopy Toad's shadow and sneaked in. Furthermore, he had concealed himself very well along the way. Who knew that after seeing Sun Yinger push Lotus Sun against the wall, Wang Ying's emotions would start to fluctuate slightly. President Ying, you have to restrain yourself. Loopy Toad said telepathically as it did its best to pacify Wang Ying, hoping that she could calm down. If you want to deal with it, you can wait until we get out of here. These words finally calmed the restless Wang Ying down. Arms folded, he shrank into Loopy Toad's shadow and used it as cover as he quietly watched Sun Yinger's various reactions and performances. Danger. At this moment, Sun Yinger felt that there was a huge danger hanging over her head. She sensed her surroundings again and found that Wang Ying's aura had disappeared again. Was it an illusion? Or was it because he had been wall-pounded too many times that it affected her mental state, causing her aura detection system to make mistakes? Anyway, to sum it up, he was broken by Wang Ying, the gorilla. Woo woo woo. Rong rong. I think Wang Ying, this gorilla, has made me a little abnormal. You finally realized. Lotus Sun sighed and stroked Sun Yinger's little head. Also, what the hell is a gorilla? Anyway, as long as I say his life will become like this, I might as well just call him orangutan. Sun Yinger said. Lotus Sun, in fact, sometimes Lotus Sun felt that Wang Ying was also quite difficult. Sun Yinger's mouth was very carefree, which was completely different from her character. She was purely a master of obscene words. But the problem was that Ying was very cute. He couldn't bear to let them be so ruthless. Although Ying complained to her every day about how Wang Ying bullied her, Lotus Sun never saw any external injuries on Sun Yinger's body. The facts proved that Wang Ying looked crazy, but he was actually a man with a sense of propriety. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the ancient temple. The wall that had Tao ancestor Wang's palm imprint on it suddenly caved in, and then split to the left and right. It really is a mechanism. There's a hidden chamber inside. Sun Yinger exclaimed. When the wall was opened, what greeted everyone's eyes was a top-secret altar hidden behind the wall. A square altar. Loopy Toad was also surprised. Square altars were rare because most altars were fused with array formations, and most of the array formations were circular. However, the altar in front of him had the four corners of the room as fulcrum points, directly framing the entire room within the altar. Engraved on the ground were mysterious ancient characters that Loopy Toad couldn't understand. Most of these mysterious ancient characters were from the god race, and only a small portion were the characters of the heavenly path. This proved that the person who set up the altar was the old god himself. This is an old god's altar, said Loopy Toad. Combining the scene in front of him, it was not difficult to deduce this conclusion. But now, a new problem was born. What was the purpose of the old god setting up this altar? In the center of the altar, Lotus Sun found a very small coffin. She stepped forward and narrowed her eyes as she examined it carefully. This was custom-made for the old god after he regained his youth. If it was just to build a coffin for himself, why would he go through so much effort to build such an altar? Said Loopy Toad. Wherever there was an altar, there was usually a purpose behind it. At the moment, they didn't have enough evidence, so for the time being, they couldn't conclude that this was the old god's plot. But based on experience and intuition, Loopy Toad felt that the existence of this altar definitely wasn't a good thing. At that moment, a chilly wind blew in the secret chamber with a bone-chilling coldness. Accompanied by the sound of a woman's sobbing, the coffin in front of Loopy Toad opened with a bang. It was the skeleton of a baby, but it was missing a right arm. The bones of the old god? Loopy Toad looked a little hesitant. Why would a deceased world king of the old god world emit such a powerful malicious ghost aura? This sudden chilly wind was permeated with a powerful oppressive force and energy, and also contained a kind of godly power. Although it was very faint, Loopy Toad could sense it. Then, the altar glowed, and a phantom figure with closed eyes emerged from the center of the altar. Ah Wan. The sudden appearance of the phantom stunned everyone. Lotus Sun was sure that she wasn't seeing things. This was Miss Ah Wan's soul. In the coffin, the old god's remains in the shape of a baby trembled slightly. Ah Wan's soul merged with the remains and finally turned into a little girl in a red dress and black leather shoes. This was the old god's little girl form, which everyone had seen in the previous picture scroll. I've been waiting for this day. The little girl spoke, but it was extremely old and clearly wasn't Ah Wan's voice. You're the old god? Lotus Sun looked ahead warily. She couldn't believe that Ah Wan had actually been attacked after they separated. What did you do to Ah Wan? I've waited for many years without choosing the next successor of the old god world, all for this day. The little girl said, there's no one more suitable than Ah Wan. She is an ageless soul. As long as she is old enough, she can merge with my infant remains. Theoretically, I can be restored to the appearance of 16 or 17 years old, and my appearance will be forever fixed at that time. But you seem a little impatient. Loopy Toad looked at the little girl in front of it. The old goddess of the deity world, the previous world king of the deity world, her aura was extremely terrifying. This was the first time Loopy Toad had felt Myriad Wings God's aura. It was indeed ridiculously strong. That's right. Ah Wan is still too young now. If she can grow up to be a mature woman and merge with me, that might be what I want. He smiled calmly. But Tao Ancestor Wang doesn't mind your appearance. Even in your old age. From the very beginning, she had been envious of this kind of love, and at the same time, she admired Tao Ancestor Wang very much. He doesn't mind, but I do. The old god said, no woman can endure her old age. I can endure the pain of having to part with the person I love after regaining my youth. But Tao Ancestor has a way. Lotus Sun said. There's nothing he can do. Don't think you know everything. A man's words can never be trusted. The old god was very unhappy. In order to make the deity world a better place, I can only sacrifice Ah Wan. There's nothing I can do about it. It's nothing but grandiose hypocritical talk. Lotus Sun frowned. Tao Ancestor Wang actually likes you. That might be the biggest stain in his life. Saying this, she gripped Mysterious Sea tightly, her body trembling with anger. What? You still want to fight me? A Foundation establishment cultivator? The old god smiled. Hand over Miss Ah Wan. The next moment, she pulled out Mysterious Sea and pointed the blade at the old god. Otherwise, even if you are a god, I will kill you. Otherwise, even if you're a god, I won't be polite. Sword Chi mixed with the heavenly Tao magic cube and the power of primal chaos whistled out. The old god's shoulders sank on the spot. Impossible, the old god looked up, astonishment written all over his face. Chapter 1388. There was no way a normal foundation establishment cultivator could unleash such sword chi. Calm Goddess looked warily at the girl in front of her, and saw the phantom sword spirit hiding behind Lotus Sunday. After the upgrade, Mysterious Sea was dressed in a gorgeous dark blue evening dress. His sapphire-like eyes gave off a deep feeling as if they were thousands of kilometers under the sea, and his silver-gray hair hung down in beautiful curls like the waves. Inadvertently, a faintly discernible and invisible pressure spread out, mingling with Lotus Sun's aura. One with the sword, there was no distinction between them at this moment. Mysterious Sea's bond with Lotus Sun was too deep. This was the spirit sword that Lotus Sun had been using since she was a child. After a long period of companionship, coupled with Mysterious Sea's gratitude to the Sword Master after his upgrade, the bond between the two deepened, forming a passive one with the sword. Lotus Sun only needed to pull out the spirit sword, and Mysterious Sea's aura would automatically merge with her. Calm Goddess looked at this scene in astonishment. At that moment, she finally knew what the problem was. You actually fused one of the Heavenly Tao magic cubes into your spirit sword? This operation directly scared the old goddess silly. She knew how precious the Heavenly Tao magic cube was. What an audacious human. On the altar, the little girl stood calmly on a high platform. Floating in the air, she gazed down at Lotus Sunday. Do you know what will happen if the Rubik's Cube loses balance? The next moment, a brilliant golden halo lit up above her head, releasing an immortal aura. This was Myriad Wings God's unique divine halo, and it possessed formidable godly power. After deducing and combining the memories in Awan's soul, the old goddess knew what had happened before she was officially resurrected. The unspeakable land had been destroyed. One of the 9 Heavenly Tao magic cubes had been stolen, which directly caused the other 8 cubes to go out of control at any time. The one that Tao ancestor Wang had given her back then had already gone out of control. No wonder she had vaguely sensed that something was wrong on Divine Tao Star after her resurrection. Everything made sense now. No wonder Awan had entered the secret room of the Heavenly Tao magic cube so much earlier than she had speculated. Who would have thought that it was actually because the magic cube had lost balance, and Awan had brought a Foundation establishment human here to retrieve the cube. This action disrupted the old god's plan to absorb Awan's ageless soul. In addition, she had long been unable to restrain the impulse in her heart. Therefore, even though he knew that the time was much earlier than the estimated time, he still did not dare to act rashly. The old god still chose to attack and devour Awan's soul. We didn't know this would happen, so now we need to collect the cubes one by one and replace them with new ones, Lotus Sun replied. New Rubik's Cube. The old god laughed again. You say I'm hypocritical, but you're even more hypocritical than me. Back then, the Tao ancestor had spent countless years creating a Rubik's Cube. Do you think that this Heavenly Tao magic cube is made of mud? Do you think you can make it so easily? The next moment. Wang! The surrounding space collapsed, and the myriad-winged divine ring above the old god's head burst into a brilliant light. Lotus Sun and Loopy Toad saw the scene in front of them instantly change. When they came back to their senses, they were astonishingly in a bright world. Divine clouds coiled under their feet and runes swirled around them. The old god in the form of a little girl sat cross-legged in front of them, as huge as a mountain. She looked like an eternally motionless deity who exuded a dignified aura. If it wasn't for the fact that her red dress and black leather shoes were too dramatic, everyone would have turned pale at this scene. Inner world. Loopy Toad frowned. This clearly wasn't an ordinary inner world, because the energy flowing in it was too enormous. Don't think that you're the only one who has the Heavenly Tao magic cube. Tao ancestor gave me a token of love, and I've already fused part of its power into my inner world. The old god's ethereal voice came from all directions. You're a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Even if you use the spirit sword in your hand, how much can you do? The old god in the form of a little girl couldn't help laughing. It was taboo to be dragged into the inner world in the middle of a battle. In the inner world, the master of the inner world was the god here. What was more, she herself was a god. With one finger, you'll be reduced to ashes. Do you have any last words? The old god said in a low voice. She sat cross-legged in this world full of light, and her powerful aura soared. This was the first time that Lotus Sun had faced an opponent the size of a mountain. Anyone would tremble at the huge disparity in size. But she recalled that when the gate between worlds had descended back then, Shua had also faced a demon king the size of a mountain. She already knew that Shua had won by doing nothing. But at that time, he had still charged forward without any regard for his own safety. He had clearly known that there was a huge disparity in strength, but he had still done it without hesitation. And this was also why Wang Ling had chosen Shua back then. Not everyone who was weak couldn't become a hero. As long as their hearts were strong enough, no matter how weak they were still heroes. In that instant, Lotus Sun's thoughts were a million thoughts. What the predecessors had seen, and now, the power that Wang Ling had bestowed upon her. It gave her great confidence in that moment. The moment she held Mysterious Sea, she suddenly felt countless people pushing her forward from behind. It's not certain who'll be reduced to ashes. The next moment, the girl rose from the ground with Mysterious Sea's sword Chi. Under Lotus Sun's feet, Mysterious Sea's sword Chi turned into two jets that allowed her to fly freely in the air. She aimed the tip of Mysterious Sea's sword Chi at the huge old god in front of her, and she turned into a brilliant azure meteor as she charged forward recklessly. You overestimate yourself. Old God snorted and opened his divine eyes. Two beams of light shot out of his pupils like two dragons. They merged in the air to form a huge dragon, which swiftly crashed in Lotus Sun's direction with boundless godly might. This was Old God's boundless godly light. After incorporating part of the heavenly Tao magic cube's power, this was equivalent to an attack from a Tao god. In the end, she's Tao ancestor Wang's old flame. She's indeed terrifying. Lotus Sun's sword is so powerful that I'm afraid she's no match for him. Loopy Toad was horrified. It looked up at this scene from below and assessed the battle situation at the same time. When Lotus Sun had leapt up just now, Loopy Toad had already wrapped some of the power of chaos around Mysterious Sea to secretly help her kill Old God in one blow. But now it seemed that Old God's power was too fierce, and Loopy Toad's strength alone was far from enough. No hurry. Wang Ying frowned. He had come to make sure that the situation was foolproof. His analysis of Old God's battle strength was also more accurate. Although Lotus Sun's attack wasn't enough to kill Old God in one blow, it was still enough to shatter this boundless godly light and teach him a lesson. Because Old God had been too careless, he hadn't used his full strength. Rip. Sure enough, everything was as Wang Ying had expected. The azure streak of light that Lotus Sun had turned into tore Old God's boundless godly light to shreds like a sharp blade. She was extremely fast, and still moving at a high speed, she shot toward Old God. Old God couldn't dodge in time, and Lotus Sun directly cut off a piece of his scalp. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror, and could even reflect light. Chapter 1389. Lotus Sun had directly shaved off a piece of Old God's head to form a physical version of the Mediterranean Sea. Moreover, Mysterious Sea had played a trick by covering her sword Chi with the power of the Dead Sea. This was originally an ability similar to the serious injury effect, which could block the recovery. But now that the sword Chi had shaved off Old God's scalp, Old God wouldn't be able to recover her hair in the short term. She could only fight Lotus Sun with a bald head. Old God trembled with rage as she watched a chunk of her hair fall off. Her mountainous body shook violently in the inner world, causing the whole world to rumble. I'll kill you. Infuriating Old God's face was naturally an extremely terrifying thing. Old God shrunk her body, and her expression turned serious. The 10,000 wings divine ring above her head charged at Lotus Sun with matchless divine might. Old God spread her golden wings, which exuded powerful godly might. Why isn't it 10,000 wings? Loopy Toad was surprised. They're one. If I directly spread them, they'll be like sails with too much air resistance. Even old God probably won't be able to fly, Wang Ying replied. This answer was so scientific that Loopy Toad couldn't refute it. At that moment, old God, whose scalp had been shaved off, was furious. As the golden wings trembled, starlight formed on the horizon and huge meteorites fell one after another. Lotus Sun held Mysterious Sea in her hand, and Sword Chi of the boundless ocean rampaged through the falling meteorites, shattering them one by one. I'm going to make you realize the reality that you can never go against God. The next moment, divine light burst forth from old God's red clothes, and starlight gathered under her feet. Together with the endless drifting golden divine feathers, it turned into a star carpet which was laid out under her feet. This was a kind of transcendent power that indeed only a god could do. She didn't speak as she walked on the red carpet, but divine light surged in her eyes as powerful fluctuations built up in them. You will fall in this galaxy. The next moment, old God raised her hand. With a flip of her hand, the star carpet under her feet instantly flipped over, and countless stars poured down. In a flash, the entire inner world was covered in a shower of meteorites. Hundreds of thousands of stars appeared and crashed down like a dense hailstorm. She actually turned the divine feathers into stars. Loopy Toad's eyes were filled with shock. This change was not a trick, but a real change. Theoretically, the will of God could change everything. God was almost omnipotent. Lotus Sun's expression was solemn. She jumped onto a meteor and used Mysterious Sea's sword Chi to block the attack. However, the density of these meteors was simply too high. Now, it had reached the point where he had no choice but to use his ultimate move to clear the area. City Toppling Sword. Lotus Sun pointed to the sky and unleashed her most powerful sword technique. A 10,000-meter-long sword Chi instantly formed under the astonished gaze of the old god. The sword intent of the raging sea mixed with the tsunami echo of the heavenly Tao bell made the light of the entire core world even more dazzling. Mysterious Sea's body suddenly expanded, and she looked like a female giant. The power accumulated by the tens of thousands of doppelgangers caused Mysterious Sea's sword Chi to truly turn into a vast ocean, colliding with the starry river that was pouring down. F***K, this is actually a freaking battle between Foundation establishment cultivators. Loopy Toad was stupefied. It had been pressed underground the entire time in the cultivation secret land on Back Mountain and had almost become dog jerky, so it had no idea what was going on outside. Now that it saw this scene with its own eyes, its mouth felt like it had been dislocated and it couldn't close it. Rumble. The powerful city-toppling sword collided with the starry river with the power of the ocean, swallowing up all the falling meteors and then crushing them to pieces in the ocean. At that moment, old God looked down with a very complicated expression. A Foundation establishment cultivator actually had the ability to resist the power of a god. This was undoubtedly a provocation. But the old god could also clearly sense the true battle prowess in Lotus Sun's body. This city-toppling sword had frightened her and actually caused her mind to fluctuate. The 10,000-meter-long sword Chi practically crushed the starry river she had summoned in two and dissolved all her godly power. Old God flapped his golden wings and swiftly retreated. She crossed her arms in front of her, and the 10,000-meter-long sword Chi crashed into her crossed arms. The sword sent old God flying to the end of the core world and crashing into the wall of the void. This sword was too terrifying. It had almost pierced a hole in the core world and even pulled her, the master of the core world, out, but old God was old God. Her combat experience was far beyond Lotus Sun's. For a Foundation establishment cultivator to be able to unleash such a powerful sword strike, she must have been accumulating power in her spare time. Thus, she was sure that Lotus Sun couldn't unleash such a powerful killing move in a row. And in fact, this was indeed the case. The city-toppling sword took 12 hours to charge up. Lotus Sun could charge up to 10 strikes, but it hadn't been that long since she had last used it. I'm very curious. How many more strikes can you unleash? Old God smiled. She knew that her chance had come. Rong rong. Retreat. This woman is going to go big. Sun Ying'er realized that the situation wasn't good, and hurriedly pulled Lotus Sun back. She sensed the killing intent in Old God's eyes and felt that the situation wasn't good, so she immediately sprinted 10,000 meters with Lotus Sun in her arms, even using the distance shrinking technique to keep her distance. Want to leave? Old God shook her head slightly. This was her core world, and no one could escape. He merely crooked his finger. Sun Ying'er, who had already slipped far away, was once again brought back to a place not far from the calm goddess. In the inner world, the owner of the inner world could limit the range of battle, and no one could escape. Give this to them. At this moment, Wang Ying finally decided to take action. However, it wasn't a real attack. Instead, it was just a tool to assist him. Huddled in Loopy Toad's shadow, he stretched out his hand and put something in Loopy Toad's mouth. This is... Loopy Toad was startled. A power bank enchanted by the Lord, Wang Ying replied. Loopy Toad, the situation was so urgent that Loopy Toad didn't have time to think. With the power bank in its tongue, it instantly stretched out in Lotus Sun's direction. Miss Lotus Sun, catch. This is a power bank that the commander gave you. Charger, power bank? Lotus Sun thought she had misheard. In the end, a power bank was delivered to her. With Loopy Toad's tip, Lotus Sun smoothly found the charging port on the hilt of the mysterious sea sword, and it was a Type C port. This was something that had existed after upgrading the mysterious sea. The monk didn't say anything, and even Lotus Sun herself didn't realize it. Because the location was very well hidden. Furthermore, who the hell knew that there was a charging port on the hilt? How much sword chi can a mere power bank give you? Old God smiled again. Lotus Sun connected the power bank. In the next moment, she felt Mysterious Sea's sword chi fill up at a terrifying speed. Then, Lotus Sun raised the sword again and swung it at Old God. Alluring sword. Alluring sword. An alluring sword. At that moment, Mysterious Sea, who felt the strength in his body gradually fill up, turned his gaze to Lotus Sun and asked gently, Sword Master, this is too troublesome. Do I need to use 10 swords at once? Lotus Sun covered her mouth with an astonished expression. Can classmate Wang Ling's power bank recharge so many swords? Indeed. Mysterious Sea nodded. But the sword spirit space is limited, and I can only use 10 swords at once. Based on the total amount of energy this power bank can provide, it can provide 10,000 rounds of sword chi in total. Question mark. Hearing this, Old God was so shocked that his feathers stood on end. What the hell, was this a nuclear power bank? Chapter 1390. The overturning sword caught the Old God off guard, and caught her off guard. She had almost been sucked out of the inner world earlier. And the power of 10 consecutive overturning swords was unstoppable. What was more, this wasn't the first time. Mysterious Sea fired 10 consecutive overturning swords, which was 10 consecutive overturning swords. Under this attack, which sounded like a Russian doll trap, cracks appeared in the Old God's inner world. The whole world shook, and all the space walls around them shattered. In this situation, it looked like the Old God was powerless to resist. Hands on her hips, Sun Ying'er had a proud expression on her face. So what if you're the Old God? My Rongrong is Ling Jinren's woman. Ling Jinren. The Old God searched through her memories. She realized that she didn't have this person in mind. Logically speaking, if it was someone Ah Wan knew, after she swallowed Ah Wan's soul, she should have also obtained Ah Wan's memories. In the end, the Old God's mind was blank. She seemed to know, but also didn't. This was the effect of the Great Shielding Spell. After all, the Old God had never met Wang Ling, so it was useless even if she swallowed Ah Wan's soul and obtained his memories. If she had known earlier what kind of player was standing behind the person she was facing, given the Old God's intelligence, she would never have dared to put on airs and court death like this. So sometimes, being stupid was one thing. Not having a clear understanding of one's own abilities was another. The 100 overturning swords in front of her made the old god feel powerless to reverse the situation. She kept retreating, and the sword chi cut open several more wounds on her already bald head, from which blood trickled down. At this most critical moment, the old god took out her other magic treasure. It was a golden holy shield. Although it was golden, it was made of godly wood. A golden Holy Spirit shield. It was one of the old god's most powerful world-defying magic treasures. Furthermore, this Holy Spirit shield was one of the gifts that Tao ancestor Wang had given her back then. It was a +2 world-defying magic treasure. It came with 20% power of primal chaos. Boom! When the 100 overturning swords piled together, it actually gave off the aura of the domain of the gods and the spirit sea. The air in front of her was drowned in a deep blue glow, and before she could see it clearly, the surging sword chi was already upon her. Ha! They were all women. Don't think that you're the only one with support. The one standing behind this old mother is Tao ancestor Wang. She raised the shield of the Holy Spirit high up. When she took out this magic tool, her confidence seemed to have increased a lot. Although Old God had lost the upper hand and became very passive, the existence of the Holy Spirit shield seemed to have changed the whole situation. Wen Long. A resplendent golden light erupted from the shield of the Holy Spirit, illuminating the surroundings and burning the 9 heavens. A powerful aura of the great Tao emanated from it. For a moment, the entire world was filled with thousands of Dharma images, and all kinds of living beings appeared. Light elephant, light python, light lion, light leopard, light Pikachu, each of these living beings was as big as a mountain. They rushed forward and blocked the swords for the old god, blocking all the hundreds of devastatingly beautiful swords. Mysterious Sea's sword chi clashed with the Holy Spirit shield's golden light and the creature's image, causing the sky to explode with dense fog, covering everything. Lotus Sun cleaved the fog in front of her in two, but saw Old God holding up the shield of the Holy Spirit with a smug smile on his face. With Tao ancestor Wang's shield of the Holy Spirit here, do you really think you can cleave it in two? Old God smiled. This was a +2 world-defying magic tool, fused with 20% of the power of primal chaos. It was rare in the world. And most importantly, Tao ancestor Wang had given her more than just the shield of the Holy Spirit. She hadn't had the chance to take out other magic tools, but they were just as useful. But Old God hadn't expected that he would use the shield of the Holy Spirit for the first time in his life, and it would actually be to deal with a little foundation establishment girl. In the sky, Lotus Sun pursed her lips. She didn't want to argue with Old God. There was no point, and no result. In front of her, Old God seemed more like a woman who had fallen out of favor. Because only when one fell out of favor would one develop such a strong competitive mentality. Lotus Sun disdained to compare herself with Old God, because there was no need. But Old God didn't think so. I don't care who the person behind you is. No matter how strong that person is, can he be stronger than Tao ancestor? Back then, Tao ancestor only doted on me and gave me so many treasures. Old God sneered. I admit that I underestimated you. You, a foundation establishment cultivator, being able to force me to take out the shield of the Holy Spirit is unprecedented. In the face of the overbearing Old God, Lotus Sun still maintained the dignified posture of a well-bred lady. Even Old God's provocative words didn't cause the girl's expression to fluctuate in the slightest. Because she knew very well, that whatever she didn't want to say, Sun Yinger would definitely say it. Who knew that while she was a well-bred lady, Shadow was an expert at shooting her mouth off? Sure enough, Sun Yinger couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly put her hands on her hips and attacked Old God. Blah, blah, blah. You old woman. You keep saying that men are all bad things, and you're still using the thing Tao ancestor Wang gave you. What a waste of his infatuation for you, and you. Regarding his suspicions, in the words of the present, he was just a green tea. Do gods also have green tea? Gods were not supposed to get angry. But now, Old God had actually already lost his mind a little. Women couldn't be compared with each other. The girl in front of her was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, but she had the battle strength to contend with Old God. This was enough to prove how much effort the person behind her had spent on her. Wang Ling had actually just helped Lotus Sun increase her battle strength in passing. It couldn't really be considered a lot of effort. But there was nothing he could do, that was what Old God thought. Now that Tao ancestor Wang's whereabouts were unknown, Old God indeed felt like an old woman who had fallen out of favor. Lotus Sun's existence made her feel jealous. And this jealousy would turn into anger toward Lotus Sunday. If you want to kill me, break my shield of the Holy Spirit first, Old God said softly with narrowed eyes in the air at that moment. She sat cross-legged on a divine cloud and raised the shield of the Holy Spirit. All kinds of golden creatures surged out from all directions, surrounding her tightly. This shield of the Holy Spirit is hard to deal with, it can even block the sword chi of 100 city-toppling swords. It's a good idea to use numbers in a situation where there isn't enough power. Unfortunately, with just Mysterious C's power as a sword spirit, even if he unleashes 10 swords at once, it still won't be fast enough. Loopy Toad watched with worry. In Mysterious C's full energy form, the power of 10 consecutive swords still wouldn't be enough to knock Old God down. It looked at Wang Ying, hinting for her to make a move. But Wang Ying still didn't move. Although this was just Old God, in Wang Ying's opinion, she could kill him with a flip of her hand. Lord Ling didn't need to do anything at all. He could do it as a shadow. But this was a rare opportunity to gain experience. If he made a move, the battle would be over, which would be bad for both Lotus Sun and Ying. Both of them lacked combat experience, and at the same time, they lacked the tacit understanding to cooperate with each other. Thus, this was an excellent opportunity for them to improve. Fighting an expert would undoubtedly give them a huge boost in experience. Fighting hundreds or even thousands of battles with cultivators of the same realm might not be as effective as this one. Indeed, in Wang Ling and Wang Ying's eyes, Old God wasn't an expert. Perhaps Miss Sun can think of a way, Wang Ying said. In a situation where one's combat strength was at the same level, one had to know how to use their techniques flexibly and throw themselves back into the fight. This was one of the skills and experiences of advanced combat. Can you split other things with your splitting ability? Yes. I just need to add my splitting nomological power to it. But my strength is now being restricted by Gorilla Wang Ying. Sun Yinger had just said this when she suddenly had a surprised expression on her face. Why do I suddenly feel like my strength has returned? She was extremely astonished. Because right after she finished complaining, the power that had been restricted by Wang Ying actually returned in an instant. This caused Sun Yinger to feel terrified in her heart. Good. Now work with me, we'll break her shield. Splitting Mysterious C externally. This was her battle plan. Monk Golden Lamp had set up the splitting nomological power inside the sword spirit space mainly so that Mysterious C could recharge itself through its split body. And now, the charging problem inside had already been solved with the power bank that Wang Ling had provided. Then, as long as the external split was completed, a fully charged Mysterious C would continuously split and replicate. In theory, it would be possible to produce a large amount of sword chi in a very short period of time. One Mysterious C could release 10 swords in a row in one go. Then 10 Mysterious Cs. That was 1,000 swords. 100 Mysterious Cs, that was 10,000 swords. Even if Old God had the shield of Holy Spirit. Under the absolute number of 10,000 swords, it would be difficult for him to resist. Frowning, Lotus Sun became even more serious. The boundless ocean behind her surged with the power of an extremely powerful moon finger. The two women communicated in secret. At that moment, Sun Yinger also started to exert force. She slapped the splitting nomological power at the back of the Mysterious C. For a moment, countless Mysterious Cs that were saturated with energy started to split. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. More and more Mysterious Cs appeared behind her like an army. You want to play this game with me? It could only be said that Old God was indeed Old God. She immediately sensed Lotus Sun's countermeasure. With a wave of her hand, she took out a jade horsetail whisk. This was the Myriad Realm horsetail whisk, which was also a gift from Tao ancestor Wang. It could gather the dust of heaven and earth, making each grain as heavy as a mountain. It was the best way to restrict the mysterious seas from splitting. But just as she was about to wave the horsetail whisk, countless Sun Yinger in front of her turned into black shadows and attacked her in an attempt to stop her. "Get out of the way!" Old God shouted and had no choice but to wave the horsetail whisk to drive away these Sun Yinger splits. "With me here, don't even think about stopping Rong Rong." Sun Yinger snorted, and the countless splits attacked Old God from all directions like missiles. The moment they got close to Old God, they immediately exploded in a standard suicide attack. Old God had no choice but to wave the horsetail whisk to drive them away. This was a diversion tactic. By the time Old God reacted, it was already too late to stop the mysterious seas from splitting. The splitting of the mysterious seas had already become a major trend, and it was no longer something she could solve with her horsetail whisk. There were 1,000 mysterious seas. They burst forth with powerful boundless ocean chi. These auras superimposed to form the virtual image of a divine sea whale in the air. It's actually so powerful that it can form a virtual whale. Loopy Toad was shocked. This was a phenomenon that could only be formed when a water-type spirit sword was powerful enough. The power of a whale's fall was a symbol of the ocean nurturing and accommodating all things. At that moment, Lotus Sun stood in front of 1,000 mysterious seas that were saturated with energy. The huge divine sea whale was entrenched at her feet, and as it swung its tail, a tsunami surged and released terrifying fluctuations. At this moment, she was like a female general. The azure blue dress that Awan had given her was like a battle armor. The wind howled, the sword chi and the sound of the wind interweaved, playing a heroic battle song of a woman. "Mysterious seas, heed my command!" Lotus Sun shouted. "Here, Sword Master!" The 1,000 mysterious seas replied in unison. "Kill!" In the next moment, the girl pointed to the sky and waved the spirit sword in her hand. Chi! Facing Old God, she slashed forward. 10,000 sword chi shot out at the same time and slashed forward. Oh no! Old God knew that things weren't looking good. These 10,000 sword chi were too turbulent. Before they could even get close, the sword wind that was strong enough to cut through space had already twisted her face. This sword chi was so strong that it could be said to be unprecedented. The auras of 10,000 city-toppling swords overlapped, and the sword chi had an armor-piercing effect as it directly penetrated her Holy Spirit shield. Not only did it instantly destroy the golden light beasts around her, it also shook her so much that she coughed up blood repeatedly. Blood dripped from the corners of Old God's mouth and mixed with the red clothes he was wearing, making it impossible to distinguish the color at all. Realizing that the situation wasn't good, Old God still decided to flee. Retreat. There was no doubt that this was an incomparably humiliating choice for a god. She had actually been forced to flee in panic by a Foundation establishment cultivator. But for Old God, there was already no other way. She had already made up her mind. Once she successfully retreated, she would detonate the entire Heavenly Tao magic cube and blow up Divine Tao Star. This Lotus Sun couldn't be left alive. Even if she had to pay the price of the entire Divine Tao Star, she had to be completely destroyed. However, just as Old God was about to abandon the inner world and flee, an incomparably dazzling golden light fell from the sky. What is this? Old God was stupefied. Enveloped by this golden light, she couldn't move at all. This is young Master Ling's stand at attention and take a beating spell. Loopy Toad recognized the origin of this spell. It was a branch of the Great Immobilizing Spell. Those hit by the spell would be frozen in place and unable to move as they faced the full brunt of the attack. Even though I was sent here, Lord Ling still couldn't help making a move. Sure enough, this man is spying on everything. Wang Ying smiled bitterly. Everything was over. In the sky, Old God was completely immobilized by the stand at attention and take a beating spell. She had to face the impact of Lotus Sun's 10,000 sword chi head-on. The scene in front of her was like the end of the universe. The 10,000 sword chi smashed her inner world to pieces, and there were holes and storms everywhere. I'm Tao Ancestor Wang's woman. You dare touch me? Old God's face was full of fear. If you kill me, Wang will die too. Don't you understand? At that moment, Sun Yinger chuckled. The man behind my Rongrong is omnipotent. Boom! Sword energy surged and smashed into the old god. Everything there exploded and broke into pieces. Then, the entire inner world started to collapse. The power of chaos in the universe seeped in through the cracks and mingled with the sword chi, and everything in the world wailed. Sun Yinger's words. They were also the last words Old God heard before she was cut to pieces by the 10,000 sword chi. Chapter 1391. When Old Goddess disappeared, her iconic red dress disappeared along with the pair of golden wings. Even the 10,000-winged divine ring on her head fell off. After the destruction of the inner world, Lotus Sun and the others reappeared in the Temple of Freedom, and she picked up the 10,000-winged divine ring that had fallen to the ground. For a moment, all the secret rooms in the Heavenly Tao magic cube started to shake as if they had been stimulated. The space walls on all sides started to compress in the center, and they were about to shrink into a ball. Loopy Toad could clearly sense a powerful resentment at work. It's Old Goddess. This woman is using her remnant thoughts to activate the magic cube, intending to blow us all up inside. Ah! Then what should we do? Sun Yinger had no clue what to do, and could only cry with Lotus Sunday, boo-hoo. Rong. I hope I'll still be your shadow in my next life. Stupiding, don't say your last words so early. Lotus Sun was very calm as she looked at Loopy Toad. If Bossing is here, he'll have a way, right? Wang Ying had been cooped up in Loopy Toad's shadow for a long time. At that moment, he finally emerged and asked with a smile, when did you find me? When Ying's strength returned, I was already sure that you were with us, Lotus Sun said. She looked at Wang Ying. Can you take us out? Of course. Wang Ying said confidently, and then looked at Sun Yinger. Unfortunately, you can't be Miss Sun's shadow in her next life. Besides, I heard all the bad things you said about me before. I'll settle the score with you after we get out. Sun Yinger, Wang Ying had already prepared an escape route, which was why Wang Ling had sent him here. Thus, there was no need to find the exit of any secret room at all. This mere Heavenly Tao secret room couldn't trap people like Wang Ling and Wang Ying. Then, a pitch-black passage opened in front of them. What a pity that the Heavenly Tao secret room was compressed, and all the good things in it were destroyed, Loopy Toad said regretfully. That counts as good. Wang Ying couldn't help laughing. To be exact, he thought that in Old Goddess's eyes, these things might be good things. But whether it was Wang Ling or Wang Ying himself, they were worthless. When women became ruthless, they were indeed terrifying. He had actually thought of using the Heavenly Tao chamber that he had painstakingly modified to commemorate his relationship with Tao Ancestor Wang to bury another woman that he was jealous of. One could only say that Tao Ancestor Wang had made a mistake. Secondly, the old man still didn't have a clear understanding of himself. If this old god knew that Lotus Sun was safe and sound, he would probably die with everlasting regret, right? After leaving the secret room of the Heavenly Tao magic cube, Lotus Sun stood next to the sinkhole on Divine Tao Star and gazed into the abyss below. A glittering magic cube floated up from the bottom of the abyss. To her astonishment, the Rubik's Cube actually fused with the mysterious sea in her hand. Congratulations, Miss Sunday. Your mysterious sea is now a dual-core spirit sword. Aren't we going to hold the upgrade ceremony? Lotus Sun was surprised. She had heard from the monk that the dual-core mysterious sea could unleash the power of the overturning the world sword. The might of one sword was equivalent to 100 city-toppling swords. The heavens' tesseract will attract and resonate with each other. The upgrade ritual only needs to be carried out once, and it will be used to fuse Mysterious Sea with the first Heaven's Tesseract, Wang Ying replied. He gazed at the twin Mysterious Sea in Lotus Sun's hand and sensed the powerful battle prowess it exuded. The power of Lotus Sun's sword was now comparable to that of a Tao god. There was probably no one below the Tao god level who could withstand this kind of sword power. I took another Rubik's Cube. What should we do about the hole in it? Lotus Sun was worried. I naturally have a way to deal with that. After saying that, Wang Ying took out a brand new Heavenly Tao Tesseract from his sleeve. This cube was golden in color. It was the same color as fresh crispy noodle snacks. Just replace it with a new one, Wang Ying said. This was prepared from the beginning. No, it's fresh out of the oven. It's fresh out of the oven. Your Excellency just pinched it. It's not difficult to make, but it's more difficult to collect the materials. Wang Ying said. Monk Jin Deng was in charge of collecting the materials, and it took him a day to collect the materials for 2 Rubik's Tesseract. After receiving the materials, Lord instantly needed 2. One was used to fill the hole in the unspeakable land, and now this one is used to repair Divine Tao Star. After saying that, he threw the golden Heavenly Tao Tesseract into the pit below. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the abyss, which had been buried in endless darkness, shone brilliantly. Like a sweet spring, the dazzling light of restoration gushed out from the depths of the abyss to mend the hole in the sky pit. The sky pit was rapidly being filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than a minute, it was completely repaired. Even the buildings that had been swallowed up by the sky pit were completely restored. So, will the Heavenly Tao Tesseract's imbalance be stopped? Loopy Toad asked at that moment. It's just that it won't happen for the time being. There are currently 9 Heavenly Tao Tesseracts, so keeping each other in check isn't a problem. But the new Rubik's Tesseract is too powerful, and it's definitely not a long-term solution. So if we want to replace it, we'll have to replace the remaining 7. Wang Ying said as he looked at Lotus Sunday. From today on, Miss Sun's job every night is to replace the Rubik's Tesseract. Now that you have dual Mysterious Sea cores, your battle strength has increased significantly. With Ing, to protect you, it's good to use this opportunity to go out and gain experience. I'll do my best. Lotus Sun said. Wang Ying noticed that the girl didn't look as happy as he had imagined. Is Miss Sun worried about Awan? Her soul has been swallowed by Old God. Can classmate Wang Ling do anything? Actually, there's no need for Lord Ling to do anything. Wang Ying shook his head and smiled. That Qing Tong cat in the forsaken land of the gods was already one of them. It wouldn't be difficult at all for him to say hello and capture Awan's soul. As for the soul that had been swallowed by Old God, it actually wasn't Awan's complete soul. The Qing Tong cat had deliberately split it up for Old God. After Awan's soul had been split up, the Qing Tong cat had swiftly used its magic power to repair it. Repairing souls was also one of the abilities of the pillar spirit of the divine pillar. At that moment, Lotus Sun suddenly felt the myriad wings god ring on her wrist tremble slightly. The curly-haired girl was like a kitten that had poked its head out of a coffee cup, and she abruptly poked her head out of the divine ring. Nah. I'm back. Awan. Lotus Sun was pleasantly surprised. I think I'm a little stuck, wait for Awan. Lotus Sun cupped Awan's face, then handed the divine ring to Sun Yinger. Ing, help me. Let's pull Awan out together. 1, 2, 3. Harder. The 2 girls worked together, and with a slurp, the curly-haired girl was pulled out of the narrow divine ring. Old God's divine ring is too small. Awan rubbed her chest. This was where she had been stuck just now. Pulling it out by force had rubbed against her chest. Sun Yinger smiled evilly. I didn't expect Awan to be so big despite her young age. I heard from Old God that you're an ageless soul and will never age. Aren't you the legendary legal Lolita? Ageless souls aren't as good as I thought. I don't know why Old God is so obsessed with this. Awan sighed. With that, she bowed deeply to the crowd. This time, thank you all for your help. Ah Wan, you're welcome. The person you should really thank is classmate Wang Ling, Lotus Sun smiled. I'll never forget Ling Jinren's kindness. I'll definitely repay it. After saying that, Ah Wan looked up at Lotus Sunday, and don't worry, Rong Rong, I'm not talking about repaying you with my body. What does it have to do with me? Lotus Sun's face started to heat up again. Although she had been teased time and again these days, it seemed that she still hadn't gotten used to this kind of teasing. It was really too hard to fall in love with a blockhead. At that moment, Ah Wan said to Wang Ying, her eyes twinkling cutely. Your Excellency Wang Ying, you an immortal toad can go back first. I have something to give to Rong Rong. Okay. It's getting late. No. 60 High School will resume classes tomorrow. I hope Miss Sun will come back soon, Wang Ying said. I know. Lotus Sun nodded. Wang Ying deliberately reminded her of the time for a reason. It was now past 5:00 on a Sunday afternoon. There were less than 3 hours to go before the reduced time of 8:00 every night. As soon as Lotus Sun returned to Earth, Sun Yinger would immediately report to him according to their agreement. She actually called him a gorilla. Then let this guy see how big a gorilla's chest muscles were. Before leaving, Wang Ying swept Sun Yinger a glance. Sun Yinger shivered, and there was a feeling of death overflowing between her eyebrows. In a quiet room in the Divine Palace, Ah Wan showed Lotus Sun and Sun Yinger some of the things she had collected over the years. There were magic treasures, elixirs, and some beautiful clothes. These things were like treasures, and each of them shone brightly. Some were rare treasures that Ah Wan had obtained from her training, while others had been inherited from the old god. Now that the old god was dead, Ah Wan still felt a little upset when she saw these things she had inherited from him. Ah Wan, are you still thinking about the old god? Lotus Sun asked. She could actually sense that Ah Wan and the old god had a very close relationship. But there was nothing she could do now. She could only step forward and gently put a hand on Ah Wan's shoulder to comfort her. Although the old god did something terrible to me, I've always regarded her as a mother. But I've always seen her as my mother. Ah Wan sighed. She opened a box, and a golden feather appeared in front of the three girls. This feather was like a white flame, emitting light like the sun. After Ah Wan poured her divine power into it, the whole feather seemed to be burning, shining with mysterious runes. It looked like a feather that was burning fiercely, but it gave off a cold fire that wasn't scalding. This cold fire had the power to freeze everything. Golden divine feather. Ah Wan said, back then, the old god found a treasure in order to freeze her appearance. She tried to use the golden divine feather to freeze her appearance, but unfortunately, she couldn't reverse the rejuvenation of her body. These things are of great significance to you, right? Lotus Sun asked. Well, they used to be. But now, I think I should look forward. Ah Wan smiled, her face flushed, and she looked so cute that people wanted to kiss her. Rong Rong and Ing, can choose any of these things. Huh? Is that okay? Why not? In my room, as long as you like it, you can have it. Of course, compared with what Ling Jinren gave you, these things might not be worth much, but they're still a token of my appreciation. Each of you has to choose at least one. Lotus Sun was a little hesitant. After all, she wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of others. But since Ah Wan had said so, she had to give face to the world king of the god world. It was just that she was a little dazzled by the dazzling array of objects in front of her, and didn't know what to choose. Why not just pick something that doesn't look that valuable? What's this? Lotus Sun asked, pointing at an ugly little stone. Hey. Rong Rong has a good eye. This is a holy moon stone. It can instantly help a spirit beast complete the next stage of evolution. Upgrade from 4th class to 3rd class. Upgrade from 3rd class to 2nd class. Ah Wan gushed on. If it's a 1st class spirit beast, it can be upgraded to a holy beast. Holy beasts have been extinct for a long time, and there are less than 3 holy moon stones left in the universe. This is one of them. I'll change to something else. Lotus Sun was stupefied, she hadn't expected this stone to be so valuable. She cautiously scanned her surroundings. After all, she was the daughter of Huaguo Water Curtain Group, and her ability to recognize things was almost innate. Wherever her eyes landed, there was definitely something valuable. This was actually one of the reasons why the old man had a good impression of Wang Ling. Because given his granddaughter's vision, if she really took a fancy to a boy, that boy would definitely have great potential. So even if Wang Ling's profile clearly stated that he was only at the foundation establishment stage, old man's son didn't care at all. So what if he was at the foundation establishment stage? As long as it was a boy that his granddaughter took a fancy to, he would definitely become a true immortal in the future. After observing for a long time, Lotus Sun finally found something that was very familiar to her. This is a youth-retaining pill, right? She asked, pointing to a pink elixir. This elixir was placed in an unassuming jar, and was almost no different from the youth-retaining pills refined by Huaguo Water Curtain Group. It wasn't strange for a girl's room to have youth-retaining pills. No. This is an ageless pill. It was refined with the soul power of my ageless soul. After eating it, you won't age for the rest of your life. Said Awan. Won't age for the rest of your life? Yes, not for the rest of my life. Awan nodded affirmatively. But unfortunately, this ageless pill can't fulfill the old god's wish. Rong is an earthling, and the ageless pill is perfect for you. With the old god's divine body, the ageless pill can't reverse the situation. I see. Lotus Sun nodded. But she still put the jar back in its place. Hey, doesn't Rong want to remain youthful for the rest of her life? Asked Awan. She actually didn't quite understand Lotus Sun's behavior. For a girl, appearance was always the most important thing. I think it's also a very happy thing to be able to grow old with the person you like. Lotus Sun shook her head and smiled. In any case, given classmate Wang Ling's strength, if he didn't want to grow old, he probably wouldn't, right? Wan. What's this? On the other side, Sun Yinger looked around the room for a long time, and finally found a green stick from a box under Awan's bed. There were even bumps on the stick, and it looked a little ugly and wretched. I remember now, this is the old god's thing. Awan stared at the green stick for a long time, then said, this seems to be the old god's favorite thing when he was alive. It's said to be used for massage. Awan actually didn't quite understand the use of this green stick. The main thing was that it was thick and short, and didn't look like the legendary jade dog beating stick. Thus, Awan had thoughtfully hidden this stick, and hadn't expected Sun Yinger to find it. Your taste is too poor. Why do you keep looking for strange things? Lotus Sun put her hand to her forehead. She could only say that this was indeed her shadow. All right. I know Rong doesn't lack sticks, said Sun Yinger. What nonsense are you talking about? Doesn't old man's son have a stick passed down from generation to generation? He'll definitely pass it on to you in the future, said Sun Yinger. Realizing that she had tainted Sun Yinger's words, she couldn't help but blush. Sun Yinger chuckled and casually threw the stick on the bed. How could she not understand the meaning of her words? She had predicted that the other party would think that she had tainted her words. This was the highest level of teasing. Wan, you don't say, your old god really has a lot of strange things. Sun Yinger found that she was getting a little addicted to flipping under the bed. What is this? Sun Yinger pointed at a black pill sealed in a medicine box and asked. Lengthening pill, Awan replied. Put it down. She shouted. What's that? Sun Yinger had a look of disbelief on her face. When the old god and Tao ancestor were dating, they would sometimes feel lonely and write romance novels. This pill is for short story writers to use. After taking it, their writing will become very long, Ah Wan explained. After explaining, Lotus Sun's face turned even redder. On the way back to Earth, the temperature on Lotus Sun's face never stopped. She suspected that Sun Ying'er was doing this on purpose, purposely picking strange things to ask. After returning to Lotus Sun's bedroom, Sun Ying'er was still snickering mischievously. What she loved the most was her Rongrong's bashful reactions. Those strange things the old god had left in Ah Wan's room were secondary, the most important thing was Rongrong's cute reactions. What are you snickering about? Lotus Sun felt that the corners of Sun Ying'er's mouth had been curling up like crazy ever since she came back, and it had almost never stopped. Sigh, nothing. He just felt that the black shorts were pretty good. That's Dao Ancestor Wang's underwear. Sun Ying'er said with a look of pity. What do I want Dao Ancestor's underwear for? Lotus Sun said angrily. In fact, neither Sun Ying'er nor Lotus Sun had expected that the old god would even collect Dao Ancestor's underwear. According to Ah Wan, wearing Dao Ancestor Wang's underwear could make one's six senses calm and tranquil, as well as quell one's desires. And so, this pair of Dao Ancestor Wang's underwear also had a nickname, Wang Chu Chong. The scene turned awkward for a moment. In the end, Lotus Sun and Sun Ying'er didn't choose anything, and Lotus Sun hurriedly pushed Sun Ying'er back. If this girl was allowed to continue searching, who knew what other strange things she might unearth? Ah Wan also realized that the room was a little messy, so he agreed to leave the right to choose things for another time, and sent them back to Earth first. In the bedroom, Sun Ying'er and Guyu leaned back on the sofa with a regretful expression on their faces. Rong. I still want that pair of underwear. Really? Look at that gorilla Wang Ying. If he had this thing on him, he wouldn't have gone overboard with me. As soon as she said this, she was swept away by a black shadow once again. This time, Lotus Sun didn't even have time to reply. Everything had happened too suddenly. Lotus Sun thought that Sun Ying'er could change her nickname to Sun Anxiang. It was Monday, December 7th. It was the day number 60 high school resumed classes. When everyone arrived at number 60 high school, they were stunned by the towering school buildings and the wide school gates. The entirety of number 60 high school had been completely refurbished from the inside out. It was truly brand new and different from its previous appearance. Take that old, faded stone sculpture at the school gates for example. After being battered by countless elements, it had finally been retired, and Headmaster Chin had placed it in the school history exhibition hall. Now, the number 60 high school students were greeted at the gate every day by a golden statue of Ah Jua. And it was designed to stand on a flying sword. It really gave people the feeling that a hero had arrived and that they were moving forward bravely. Looking at it from afar, it made people's blood boil. I heard that Senior Zhua's statue was already under construction a long time ago. It was originally made of gold sand. Now that our school has money, it's been changed to pure gold. Made of gold sand. Isn't that a sand sculpture? A lot of people in number 60 high school uniforms were discussing this at the school gates. It was the day number 60 high school resumed classes, and a lot of parents had personally come to take their children to school, mainly to see how the school environment had changed. Such a rich and overbearing change made the parents feel relieved. Now that the school had money, this pleasant learning environment would naturally give people a sense of comfort. On the other hand, the quality of the teachers would definitely be a level higher than before. A black commercial car drove past the school gates. Jiang Xiaoche was in the driver's seat and was about to unbuckle his seatbelt, get out and open the door for Lotus Sunday. But the girl refused on the spot. Brother Xiaoche, there's no need, I can do it myself. You don't need to get out of the car to help me in the future. Jiang Xiaoche frowned. But that's against the rules. Rules are made by people. I now feel that there's no harm in keeping a low profile. Lotus Sun smiled. She directly opened the door and got out of the car, then followed the people around her into the school. Jiang Xiaoche gnashed his teeth at this scene. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he watched the girl enter the school surrounded by a group of people. Only then did he drive away. At a corner, Jiang Xiaoche took out his phone and began to lay out a battle plan. Is everything ready? A deep male voice swiftly came from the other end of the phone. Everything is ready. On the way home from school today, everything will be carried out according to Brother Jiang's instructions. Good. Jiang Xiaoche nodded. Chapter 1392. The first day number 60 high school resumed classes meant that Wang Ling wouldn't have to take online classes, wouldn't have to record learning videos at home, and wouldn't have to receive messages every morning from Old Pan calling out names online and publicly punishing those who hadn't handed in their homework. He thought his life was finally back on track. But it turned out that the trouble was far more than that. The night before school resumed, Wang Ling's eyelids began to twitch regularly. It wasn't a particularly high-level alarm. But this was clearly a bad warning. After experiencing so many incidents, Wang Ling's eyelid warning now had a whole new understanding of the level of trouble, and wouldn't easily trigger a warning for small troubles. Unless something explosive was going to happen next, big trouble on the first day of school. As expected of myself. Wang Ling mused in his heart. Number 60 High School's main gate. Wang Ling saw number 60 High School's new look, and it was indeed a lot more luxurious than he had imagined. The statue of Audiobook standing on a flying sword in front of the gate startled Wang Ling, for no other reason than that its posture was too silly. Wang Ling remembered how Audiobook had proudly explained the statue's black technology to him last night. It was said that the pendulum clock in number 60 High School's teaching building had merged with Audiobook's statue. Audiobook stood on the flying sword, the tip of the sword aimed at the hour hand, while his right hand held the second and minute hands, so the entire statue's posture would constantly change as time passed. Of course, the funniest thing was at noon and midnight. An opening would automatically open at the crotch of Audiobook's statue, and a golden pendulum would descend from inside to swing between its thighs. Walking along the school square in the direction of the teaching building, Wang Ling saw a lot of students lining up on both sides of the school square. Super Chen and Hero Gua, these two buffoons, were impressively at the end of the line. Wang Ling. Hero Gua called out from afar. The little fatty had clearly neglected to exercise during this period of time at home, and Wang Ling felt that Hero Gua seemed to have put on a lot of weight. In fact, Wang Ling himself had also put on weight. Fortunately, he had already used the big fat spell to rub off the fat, and now stored it in the king's eye space in case he needed it. Wang Ling didn't know what the two of them were lining up for, so he walked over to take a look. He probably wasn't the kind of person who liked doing good things. But he couldn't resist Super Chen and Hero Gua's enthusiastic greetings, and it would be impolite if he didn't respond. Why do I feel like you have dark circles under your eyes? You look like you haven't woken up yet. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were saving the world again at home. Super Chen took the initiative to put his arm around Wang Ling's shoulder. Wang Ling sighed in his heart. He knew Super Chen was joking. In this day and age, dark eye circles were the bane of his reputation. How would he dare to show them again? It was true that he didn't sleep well. It wasn't because he didn't get enough sleep that his mental state wasn't good. On the other hand, it was because of his dead fish eyes. This kind of eye shape always gave people the feeling that he didn't sleep enough. On the other hand, yesterday's sudden eyelid warning had scared Wang Ling so much. However, it was obvious that the eyelid warning was not referring to the current situation. Our school is really rich now. There's even a teleportation array in the school square. Hero Gua explained to Wang Ling, this is specially made for students who are late. It's open 24 hours a day, and all the information has already been entered into the back end of the school array control system. As long as you enter the school square, you'll be able to directly step into the transmission array and be transported to your classroom. It can teleport up to 10 people at a time. Wang Ling nodded. He finally understood, this was the legendary welfare of lazy people. But they actually didn't need to use this kind of array at all since they were already in the classroom on the first floor. It would be a lot faster to walk there than to queue up for the teleportation array. It's our first time, so let's experience it. The main thing is that our school's facilities are much bigger now, and the teaching buildings are much wider. For a moment, some people can't figure out where their classrooms are, Superchin said. Very soon, it was their turn. Hirogwa put his arm around Wang Ling and Superchen's shoulders as they walked in together. Wait for me. At that moment, Little Peanut hurriedly rushed over and caught the last bus. Before he was teleported, he bowed and apologized to the people behind him. Sorry. We're in the same class. The schoolmates still in line didn't mind too much. There was a buzz. Wang Ling and the others appeared at the door of Grade 1, Class 3. It was a classroom on the far right of Teaching Block 1. And then, there was no then, smoke started to rise from the school square. The teleportation array which Wang Ling had just used was broken on the spot. Hirogwa, what's going on? We just finished using it, and it broke? Superchin, it must have been used too often, because this array is meant for people who are about to be late. It can teleport up to 10 people at a time, and we've only used 4. It's not like it's overloaded. Unless there's someone weighing more than 1,000 gene. Wang Ling, after returning to the classroom without a hitch, Little Peanut started to collect homework. Because it was done online, he collected USB drives this time. So far, apart from the teleportation array outside, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, but Wang Ling was still very vigilant. When it came to collect Wang Ling's USB drive, Little Peanut said, Wang Ling, it looks like there's something in your locker. Of all the lockers, yours is the only one that's lit up. Locker? Wang Ling was startled. It's a new facility the school added, and everyone has one. It seems that the school distributes benefits on holidays and festivals into these lockers for everyone to pick up. Our class picks up stuff next door, and it's merged with Class 2. Little Peanut pointed in a direction. It's so early in the morning, who would stuff things into your storage box? Hirogwa was curious and snorted. Could it be a love letter? I don't think it's very likely. Superchin raised his eyebrows, and his tone involuntarily turned sour. Last semester, Wang Ling didn't receive a single love letter. It's most likely someone's prank. Wang Ling was silent. Now, it seemed that the contents of the storage box were indeed the prank love letter that someone had delivered. Fortunately, he had a habit of arriving at school early. Since there weren't many people around, he should hurry up and take it out. Wang Ling hurriedly got up and went to the locker next door to look for the box. As Su Xiao had said, his was the only one with a red light, and he could find it at a glance. Hirogwa and Superchin followed behind him to join in the fun. The default password is 4 zeros. Wang Ling, hurry up and open it. Hirogwa looked like he was watching a good show. Wang Ling entered the password. There was a ding. A pile of envelopes sealed with love stickers fell out of the box with a crash and instantly reached Wang Ling's knees. Lotus Sun, who was passing by, happened to see this scene. Chapter 1393. There were all kinds of love letters, and there were more than 100 of them. Hirogwa, Superchen, and the others followed behind to help Wang Ling tidy up. When they were tidying up, some of the letters weren't glued together, and the paper inside fell out, giving Hirogwa a chance to gossip. For a moment, the people in the storeroom at the back became onlookers. Dear classmate Wang, Hirogwa lifted his head after reading a letter, and was startled. F***K. It was really written for Wang Ling. He continued to read, Classmate Wang, I've admired you for a long time. When I think of your strong physique, I can't sleep at night. Do you remember, you once looked back and smiled at me? Wang Ling looked back and smiled. Superchen laughed foolishly. As expected, it was a prank. How could Wang Ling look back and smile at someone? They might not all be pranks. There are so many, and the handwriting is different. Hirogwa casually opened the rest of the letters and started to read. Classmate Wang. I really like you. Can I be your girlfriend? I'm very cute. Classmate Wang, even if we're not in the same school, I always believe in what a certain cartoon says, yearning will cross time and space to bring me to your side. Classmate Wang, I don't know what style you like, but I can change for you. I've been eating papaya every day recently. Classmate Wang. I heard you like fair-skinned girls, so I use a cucumber mask every day for you. A lot of girls in our class are fighting to imitate me, and the price of cucumbers in the market has gone up because of you. Wang Ling, Hero Gua and Super Chen. Hero Gua was so scared that he dropped the letters on the spot. In these letters, Lolas, mature sisters, salty and sweet, there were all kinds of girls. Inside and outside school, hospitals, internet cafes, and all kinds of work units. There are even girls outside school, and there are even female university students who are already working. Before Hero Gua could shout at the top of his lungs, Super Chen and Little Peanut covered his mouth. Are you crazy? Why are you shouting so loudly? Super Chen hinted at the door with his eyes. There was no one there, but the three of them were well aware that Lotus Sun was on the side. Because there were so many letters, they did not know whether they were real or fake. There was definitely an element of mischief in it, but if there was a real confession letter, it would be a disaster if it wasn't handled properly. Anyway, what we can confirm now is that there's definitely no one in our class. I know the handwriting of the girls in our class. Su Xiao said. He was the commissary in charge of studies, so he came into contact with everyone's homework almost every day. He was very confident in recognizing handwriting. It wasn't that there weren't other girls in class who liked Wang Ling, the main thing was that Lotus Sun was here. Furthermore, Lotus Sun had publicly confessed to Wang Ling a long time ago, and no one was willing to offend that rich young lady. There are too many letters, and I think it's very difficult for Wang Ling himself. I think I'll handle this matter. At that moment, Super Chen stepped forward and volunteered. Wang Ling was startled and thought he had heard wrong. These letters might be half true and half false. If you throw them all away, you'll definitely be criticized if you're discovered. If you accept it, some girls might misunderstand that you are interested in them. So, Wang Ling, just pretend you don't know about this, Super Chen said. As a man who had received love letters in junior high, Super Chen seemed to be very experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. He reached out and patted Wang Ling on the shoulder. We're all good brothers. Leave it to me. His unswerving eyes revealed his strong conviction. Overall, Wang Ling felt that Super Chen was a reliable man. Furthermore, he had never expected Super Chen to actually choose this time to help him. What a good brother. Wang Ling looked back at him gratefully. Finally, he hadn't cultivated a relationship with his classmates for nothing. But somehow, Wang Ling felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Elsewhere, just before school ended, Jiang Xiaoqie received a piece of news. According to his original plan, he had hired a group of thugs from the underworld. The one with the highest realm was a nascent soul cultivator, who was nicknamed Old Grey. Old Grey, along with a dozen or so golden core cultivators, planned to surround Wang Ling and Lotus Sun on the way back from school. Hiring such a large group of people had cost Jiang Xiaoqie a lot. 2 years of his salary had been wiped out overnight. But he didn't feel bad about it. All of this was for the sake of capturing Lotus Sun, and then tying her to his belt forever. In the end, just before school ended, Old Grey received information about love letters. What? You're saying that Wang Ling has received a lot of love letters? Is this information reliable? Jiang Xiaoqie asked. Very reliable, Brother Jiang. I also spent money to hire students to spy on him, and I heard that Miss Sun was depressed all day. Old Grey replied, of course, I heard that some of the love letters were mischievous, but there were so many that some of them were real. Also, the love letters were written to all sorts of girls, both inside and outside the school. Then what about these love letters? Jiang Xiaoqi's interest was piqued. These love letters were the key. If you, Wang Ling, hadn't flirted with women everywhere, how could you have gotten so many love letters? Since these love letters were the key evidence, he had to get his hands on them. When the time came, Old Man Sun would have to believe them even if he didn't want to. These love letters seem to be in the hands of a person called Super Chen, who has a pretty good relationship with Wang Ling. It seems that he intends to help Wang Ling get rid of these love letters, Old Gray said. Jiang Xiaoche nodded. Then after school, send another group of people to snatch these love letters back. Understood. In a van on the side of the street, Old Gray nodded and hung up. Sitting in the front passenger seat, he called out to the people behind him. Brothers, did you hear what Brother Jiang said? Since you did, let's take action. Yes, the people in the back replied. A whole car full of people. Invisibility talismans stuck on their bodies, and armed with steel pipes, broadswords, and all kinds of dangerous controlled weapons, they jumped out of the car one after another. These weapons looked very dangerous, but in fact, they had been specially made. They just looked scary. Jiang Xiaoche might have been fooling around, but he was in fact still afraid of hurting Lotus Sunday. Thus, these weapons were special props for filming blockbusters. They looked dangerous, but in fact, when you really hit them, you wouldn't feel any pain at all. And so, on this day after school at number 60 high school, a miraculous scene unfolded. Super Chen, who was about to leave the school gates to deal with the love letters, was immediately targeted by Old Gray's group. Lotus Sun had seen Old Gray's group again. Behind them were Wang Zhen and Fang Xing. And then Wang Ling, he was at the very back of everyone else. In the morning, he had actually already guessed who on earth was behind the prank love letters. But now, these two werewolves had already jumped out. Wang Ling was puzzled, and didn't understand what on earth Wang Zhen and Fang Xing's goal was. Could it be that they were so bored that they wanted to observe Lotus Sun's reaction? In any case, Wang Ling already knew. These love letters had originally been written for Wang Zhen. Then, if he intercepted them and gave them to Lu Qingyi, what kind of miraculous chemical reaction would happen? Kneeling on a durian was unavoidable. Chapter 1394. As soon as they left the school gate, Lotus Sun noticed a suspicious group of people following Super Chen. These people were furtively wearing invisibility talismans, but this level of invisibility was already completely exposed to Mysterious C's sword chi. Mysterious C's sword chi was like a radar that could easily scan the average invisible unit. At first, she didn't know that this group of people had also come for the love letters Super Chen was carrying. It wasn't until Mysterious C used his sword chi to draw the secret conversation of the trackers into her ears that Lotus Sun confirmed the other party's objective. Be careful, there are still a lot of people around. Don't make a move now. There's a dark alley up ahead. There's an opportunity there. Our team's mission is just the love letters. Got it. Just grab the love letters and knock them out. Yes. Hearing this, Lotus Sun was completely stupefied. Forget about men who snatched men from women these days. But there were actually men who snatched love letters from women. Had he been single for so long that he could read love letters with delicate features? Lotus Sun felt that there was something strange about the entire love letter incident. She knew that someone had to be playing a prank behind the scenes in these hundreds of love letters, but what if some of them were real? Thus, after struggling for an entire day, Lotus Sun still decided to split her attention to investigate. In addition, the young girl had also keenly captured one thing from the conversation just now. That was what one of them had said about our team's mission. Did that mean that there was actually a second and third team plotting something else? It seemed that this was a premeditated operation. This group's goal might not just be the love letters. At that moment, the young girl suddenly thought of something very scary. Could it be that someone had hidden some important information in these love letters? She thought of the common plot lines in movies and TV dramas. In order to ensure that no evidence of their crimes was left behind, a group of vicious criminals would use primitive methods to transmit information and communicate code words, and then plan a terrorist attack. Today was number 60 High's first day back at school. There had to be a problem with this suspicious group of people appearing at this time. Moreover, one of the teleportation arrays in the school square was broken this morning. That was a newly built array. Who the hell knew if this group had done it? No, we have to stop these people. Lotus Sun had originally been after Super Chen's love letter. As a result, after following them all the way here, she noticed this group of suspicious people. Lotus Sun felt that if she didn't do anything, the situation might develop in an even more serious direction. Wasn't classmate Ling's purpose in upgrading her spirit sword so that she could protect herself, protect her friends and companions, and uphold justice in a timely manner? Wang Ling, behind her. Fang Xing, Wang Zhen and Wang Ling at the back couldn't help gaping. After they used the mind-reading technique to listen to the girl's thoughts, their facial expressions and movements could be said to be the same, and they all looked stunned. It could only be said that Lotus Sun was truly Lotus Sun. He had only walked less than 100 meters out of the school gate, but he had already made up the script in his head. At that moment, he lowered his head and put his hands in his trouser pockets as he walked forward, pretending that nothing had happened. The other group that Lotus Sun was talking about was in fact right behind him. They were also wearing invisibility talismans and were moving stealthily, but the leader was very cautious. Old Grey was following behind them with the other group. Although he had already confirmed Wang Ling and Lotus Sun's position, he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to make a move. He looked around vigilantly, sweat beading on his forehead. These idiots. Do they think they'll be fine just because they put on invisibility talismans? They don't even know they've been discovered. It could only be said that in the end, Old Grey was Old Grey. In any case, he was a nascent soul expert, and had long since sensed that their operation had been exposed. They've been exposed? No way. Aren't the enemies we're dealing with only at the Foundation establishment stage? The invisibility talisman that Brother Jiang gave us is top-notch, anyone below the nascent soul stage won't be able to see through it, said one of the underlings. For this operation, Jiang Shaoche had even spent a lot of money to prepare props. He was the Chief Secretary General of Huaguo Water Curtain Group and Old Man Sun's personal figure. How could he use street stall goods to support this operation? I don't know what's going on either. Old Grey was also very puzzled. Who the hell knew how a Foundation establishment cultivator could be so good at distinguishing things? On the contrary, these Golden Core and Nascent Soul thugs were like street stall goods. They had also cultivated step by step to get to where they were now. At that moment, Old Grey was very depressed. They were all people who had made mistakes when they were young and had criminal records. Thus, even if they had high realms, no company would dare hire them. Nowadays, even moving bricks at construction sites required criminal records, thus, Old Grey could only take the lead in this kind of business and join the loyalty team. It sounded like a triad, but in fact, it was a social and emotional organization that specialized in testing the feelings between men and women. Although they were called thugs, they actually hadn't really hit anyone since they turned over a new leaf, and were only acting as thugs. What should we do? Miss Sun has already sensed them. Should we call off the operation? Someone asked. Old Grey was also conflicted about this question. Ever since they had joined the loyalty team, they had never failed a mission before. The number of scumbags who had fully exposed their true nature under their deliberate intimidation was innumerable. It wasn't that there were no couples who chose to protect each other and face danger together in the face of danger. But based on the cases Old Grey had participated in, when their lives were in danger, most people would choose to push the people around them out and run away alone. According to Jiang Shaoche's original plan, Old Grey and the others had planned to record Wang Ling's reaction after they attacked Lotus Sunday. But now, the team that had gone to snatch the love letter had been exposed. It seemed that they couldn't continue with the mission. But Old Grey felt that this might be a good opportunity. Because snatching the love letter wasn't the main objective to begin with, Miss Sun's attention is now on the team in front of us, so I think it's the right time to act. At that moment, Old Grey grit his teeth and took out a purple reagent from his Jianquan bag. What's this? Asked one of his lackeys next to him. This wasn't supposed to be a prop for this operation, but in order to ensure the success of the operation, Old Grey decided to use it from his collection. This is fear water. When you throw it on the ground, the fear gas inside will quickly evaporate. Within a radius of 500 meters, the weaker party will be more afraid of the stronger party. It's the best tool to test those scumbags. The greater the gap in their realms, the stronger the fear effect, and in severe cases, they'll directly go into shock. It's that useful. But it only lasts for 3 minutes, so we have to make it quick. Pa. After saying that, Old Gray, who was following behind Wang Ling, immediately threw the reagent on the ground. The gas evaporated continuously. When Old Gray and his lackeys saw Wang Ling's back, they suddenly felt like they were going to have a heart attack.